Hello, thank you all so much for being here. If we can all take our seats, please. We have an amazing performance and we're going to need to clear the space. So please take a seat. We'll be starting in 2 minutes. You can't sit there. They're going to dance right here. Thank you. That's why it says unavailable. Yep. Just have to read, that's all. Director, Mr. Loya, who is with Los Tucsonenses, the Tucson High, and he's going to introduce his amazing group of dancers and students.
Hello and good morning. My name is Bruno Loya and I'm the director of Ballet Folclórico Los Tucsonenses from Tucson High Magnet School. And on behalf of Los Tucsonenses, we would like to thank Ms. Grijalva for inviting us to join you this morning to showcase the beauty of our community and our heritage here in Tucson. We hope you enjoy our presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I'm going to start the meeting and then I'm going to brag about these amazing students. Thank you so much. So this is in celebration of Mes de la Herencia Mexicana, Hispanic Heritage Month. Thank you to the wonderful dancers from Ballet Folklórico Los Tucson-enses for performing at our meeting today. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you. This is a really difficult floor to dance on, so the fact that you could hear them is very impressive. Los Tucson-enses, which began in 1973 at Tucson High Magnet School as an after-school activity, is the oldest folklorico dance troupe in Arizona. Their director, Bruce Loya, has been the presiding director since 2015 and began his folklorico career 25 years ago with Tucson's official folklorico group, Ballet Folklórico San Juan de Julie Gallego. Now in its 50th season, Los Tucson-enses currently consists of over 190 students with diversity in nationality, language, and culture. Thank you so much for being here. So, can I go ahead and ask for a roll call to establish quorum, please?
Supervisor Bronson.
Here.
Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Hines.
Present.
Supervisor Scott.
Here.
Chair Grijalva.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Hines is participating remotely. All other board members are present.
Thank you so much. And to lead us in the pledge, we're going to have one of Los Tucson-enses, Noah Sanchez. Sanchez? Yes. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Noah. And I did want to mention, we have Reina de las Fiestas Patrias is also a dancer, Paula Arvizo, if you want to go ahead and raise your hand. Congratulations. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. Think about it. They had to leave school early, get here, parents driving, all kinds of fun stuff in order for them to come and dance for like 4 minutes. So we really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Now we have the land acknowledgement statement to be offered by Kimberly Baeza, Permit and Regulatory Compliance Officer, Pima County Regional Wastewater Reclamation Department.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Baeza. I am a mother, a bird watcher, and hiker. I love the snow and desert. There's no other place I'd rather call home. And on behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pasquayaqui tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive toward building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations.
Thank you. And now we have pause for pause. And we have a puppy. Who is up for adoption, I'm sure. Everybody, look at him. Cute.
And thank you so much for having us. I brought Rosie today. She is 12 years old, and the reason that we know that is because she was microchipped. So we scanned her when she got in. But unfortunately, something that people don't often realize about microchips is that you have to go in and update them when your number changes, when your address changes. So unfortunately, all of the information on her chip is outdated, so we can't get in touch with her owner. So she's a really good reminder of why we need to update our microchips every once in a while. She's also a good reminder that we also we talk about large dogs all the time. We have tons of large dogs, but we have the littles too. Sometimes people think we may not have the littles, but we've got them, and they're looking for homes too. This Saturday, we're hosting a countywide adoption event with 14 other shelters and rescues all across the city. So the details for that are on our Facebook as well as on our website, pima.gov/animalcare. So be sure to check that out if you're looking for a sweet girl like Rosie or any other pet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I'll pass it to our clerk for agenda adjustments.
Okay, on the regular agenda, page 4, item 11, Board of Supervisors, the Westin La Paloma's July 4th fireworks display. This item will be heard at a time certain of 11 a.m. On page 5, item 18, Finance and Risk Management, it was unfinished business from 9/5/23. The Pima County Recorder Voter Registration Rolls Fund, a tie vote on September 5th resulted in postponement of consideration of this item. Addendum agenda, page 1, item 3, executive session. This item will be heard at a time certain of 11:30 a.m., and this is the executive session regarding defense and indemnification of county employees. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
is there another adjustment with the executive item session being placed at the last minute for regarding the sheriff's situation?
No, I was planning on just going into executive session for all of those.
That is, and after the deadline was met, that was produced, and it was talking about taking an original agenda item and putting it into executive session where it was not placed initially. I object to it being taken into executive session. It needs to be discussed in the public.
Well, when we get to that item, respectfully, you can make that statement then. Thank you. Anything else? All right. I did want to make note because there was some news coverage. We do have Deputy Sergeant at Arms, Lieutenant Robert Krieger is still here with us. At our next meeting, we will have law enforcement here. We'll keep you posted on that. Okay. Thank you. All right, now we're on to presentation of proclamation. Item number 5, presentation of proclamation to Isabel Garcia and Ana Karina Rodriguez, coordinators of Stop the Hate Collective, proclaiming the day of Tuesday, September 19th to be, or as a time to take the pledge to resist hate speech. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. I'm going to go ahead and join you down there and then bring the proclamation. And then anyone who is here for this item, if you want to come forward, you're welcome to. Which order? Got it. This way? Yeah. Okay, so our office has 4 proclamations, and so as I did last time, I'm going to recruit help in reading the proclamation. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Isabel Garcia. And then one of you want to hold this? Yes. Okay.
Thank you so much. Whereas our region has been home to the Tohono O'odham, the Pascuayaqui, and the people of Mexico who have resided on both sides of what is now the U.S.-Mexico border. This region is home to many immigrants and descendants of immigrants who enrich our lives in many ways. And whereas free speech has been part of the fabric of our nation, because at its best, it promotes civic engagement, fairness, and justice for all. And whereas hate speech corrupts the concept of free speech, as it encourages, excuses physical abuses and criminal acts against those it targets.
And whereas it has become too common to hear racist and xenophobic hate speech directed at immigrants, asylum seekers, racial, ethnic, and religious minorities, LGBTQ+ individuals, and other minorities. And whereas when people of conscience stay silent in the presence of hate speech, this fosters an environment that allows hate speech and hate-motivated acts to prevail and increase. And whereas Pima County celebrates and benefits from a safe and diverse climate for all of its people. Now therefore it be resolved that Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Tuesday, September 19th as a time to take a pledge to resist hate speech and to publicly speak out against hate speech and hate-motivated acts to protect our democracy and the welfare of all residents of our county. Thank you. anybody else like to share?
Thank you. Take a quick picture.
All right.
Yay, we did it! Yay, thank you. Do you want to leave the room? Okay, and I don't. Great, thank you. One more, please. Let's take one more. Because I look like I was regañando. About love and community. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Marcelina. See you.
Okay, thank you so much. And so our next item 6 is a presentation of proclamation to Maria Suarez, Summer Intern Program Coordinator, Community Workforce Development, Ophelia Jackson, Darlena Cunningham, and Christopher Leilani, Alicia Miguel, and Zoe Castillo, Yellow Heart Memorial Committee, proclaiming the day of Saturday, September 30th, 2023, to be Yellow Heart Memorial Remembrance Walk Day. And I do want to say, while we have Maria here, Maria Suarez has worked for 16 years with Pima County Summer Youth Employment Program and 21 years in total with Pima County's Youth Employment Program. Her last day at Pima County before she retires is going to be November 9th. So we want to be able to in person say thank you for all of your service to generations of young people in our community. Thank you. So whomever would like to come up and accept this. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you. And I would like to remind everyone, these proclamations are provided to different community members, and you may or may not agree with it, but let's all be respectful. Okay? Great. But there's no reason why we should do it. Okay, did you want to hold this one? She's holding that picture, so you can hold this. You can come over here this way if you want. Okay, yeah.
My glasses off.
Okay. Do you want me to read it, or do you want to read it?
I can read it.
Okay. Here,
Okay.
how about I hold this?
Okay,
then?
you can hold my left.
Okay. Whereas it is the goal of Yellow Heart Memorial to memorialize our loved ones who passed of COVID-19 and long haulers who are still struggling with COVID after effects. And whereas more than 245,000 children have become orphans as a result of 1.1 million Americans and more than 6.9 million people globally who were unexpectedly lost due to the coronavirus. And whereas healthcare professionals and other essential workers emerged as our hometown heroes, risking their lives to provide life-saving health services and daily necessities. And whereas those lost were our parents, wives, husbands, grandparents, brothers, sisters, sons, daughters, grandchildren, and friends. Some died alone without the opportunity to say goodbye. And whereas with the annual Yellow Heart Memorial Remembrance Walk Day, we continue to honor the lives of our loved ones who were taken from us, who are not just a number and whose lives mattered. And whereas the Yellow Heart Memorial's goal is to design a memorial to commemorate the victims of this disease and to stand as a reminder of their significance in our lives. Not therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Saturday, September 30th, 2023 to be Yellow Heart Memorial Remembrance Walk Day, and calls upon everyone in Pima County to honor those lost to COVID and to join the second annual walk for remembrance at the Garden of, I can't say that word. 602 West Congress Street in Tucson, Arizona at 7 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all your information. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Now we have two more proclamations on the addendum number 1. And I'm going to ask my colleague to help me on this one. It's presentation of proclamation to Dr. Daniela Dani de la Agustina, Assistant University of Arizona Professor, Deputy Principal Investigator, Osiris REX Principal Investigator, Osiris Apex, proclaiming the day Sunday, September 24, 2023 to be Osiris REX Sample Return Mission Day. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you. If you're here for this proclamation, please feel free to come up.
Sure, it's not because of my first name that I'm presenting. But you do spell it out, you don't say it?
We say Osiris Rex.
Yeah. All right. Whereas the University of Arizona and Pima County have enjoyed a close cooperative relationship since 1885, when the Arizona Territorial Legislature awarded the university to Tucson. And whereas it is with great pride that the people of Pima County have watched the progress of the OSIRIS-REx space mission from its launch in 2016 to its rendezvous with the asteroid Bennu in 2020, and now its return to Earth in 5 days. And whereas NASA's OSIRIS-REx mission, led by Principal Investigator and University of Arizona Regents Professor of Planetary Science, Dante Loretta, is the first U.S. mission to collect a sample from an asteroid and return it to Earth for study. And, thank you. And whereas the composition of Bennu, am I saying that right? Oh, good. Could shed light on the origins of the solar system, formed more than 4.5 billion years ago, and how life began on Earth. And whereas university researchers and their colleagues around the world will receive 25% of the sample, some of which will be studied in the university's Kuiper, Arizona Laboratory for Astromaterials Analysis. And whereas a fraction of the Bennu sample will be exhibited in the University of Arizona Alfie Norville Gem and Mineral Museum in the Pima County Historic Courthouse in downtown Tucson. And whereas, in addition to leading the research, planning, and execution of the OSIRIS-REx mission, the University of Arizona Lunar and Planetary Laboratory and partners, including the university's College of Optical Sciences, developed OCAMS, the OSIRIS-REx Camera Suite, consisting of 3 cameras that were used to map Bennu, find a viable sample site, and document the sample collection. And whereas OSIRIS-REx builds on the university's long legacy of successful planetary exploration, participating in most major NASA planetary missions since the agency's creation. And whereas the legacy will continue as OSIRIS-REx adopts a new moniker, Osiris Apex, okay, I'm not okay with that, and assumes a new mission to investigate the asteroid Apophis, which poses a potential threat to Earth in the far future. And whereas the university's space science activities generate more than $560 million, as much money for the local economy each year as a Super Bowl, more than $20 million in annual state, county, and municipal taxes, and supports roughly 3,300 local jobs outside the university. And whereas the university's faculty, staff, and students make immeasurable daily contributions to the culture, institutions, and traditions of Pima County, now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Sunday, September 24, 2023, to be OSIRIS-REx Sample Return Mission Day and encourages all residents to foster the pursuit of science, reason, and evidence-based decision-making. Congratulations.
I just want to say on behalf of all the scientists, engineers, and students that have participated in this mission that has been ongoing really for more than 20 years, that we love our home here in Tucson, Arizona, and in Pima County, and we are so grateful for the incredible community that has supported us through this very long endeavor that we're about ready to successfully complete.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and then addendum item number 2, we have a presentation of a proclamation to Richard Noel, Director of Jam to Grow LLC, and Ron Burton, Retired Administrator, City of Tucson Parks and Recreation Department, proclaiming the day of Saturday, September 30th, 2023, to be International Peace Day in Pima County. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Yep, perfect. Are you going to say something? Excellent.
Sam, you want to come hang out with me a little bit?
You can do that.
Yes, my buddy Rick.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Good to have all of you with us. Good morning. Good morning. Whereas the International Day of Peace, or Peace Day, was established in 1981 by the United Nations and has focused on many issues related to peace over the years, including human rights, disarmament, peace and democracy, youth and education, sustainable development, fighting climate change, and more. And whereas every year on or near the 21st of September, communities around the world commemorate International Peace Day with celebrations, volunteering, educational activities, and other ways to come together with our neighbors and recommit to peace and dignity for all. And whereas in Tucson, the 4th annual Drum Up for Peace is from 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. on Saturday, September 30 at the John F. Kennedy Park Fiesta near West Ajo Way and South La Cholla Boulevard, bringing together our diverse Pima County community for a free, family-friendly event to commemorate International Peace Day. And whereas everyone is encouraged to participate in Drum Up for Peace, which will include food vendors, dance troupes, poetry readings, inspirational speakers, singing, dancing, drumming, and more. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Saturday, September 30, 2023, to be International Peace Day in Pima County and urges all members of our community to recommit on that day and the days that follow in our homes, neighborhoods, schools, businesses, and places of worship to peace and dignity for all. Congratulations.
That's right. Oh. He stole my thunder. Did I write that proclamation, or did you see what I was writing down? Somebody wrote it, because that's exactly what I was going to say, y'all. So, but being that he stole my thunder already, y'all already know about the activity and everything, but we want to encourage everybody to come out. It'll be something like you've never seen before. We're going to have drummers from everywhere, from all over the world. There's going to be drummers from Brazil, from Japan, from China, from Africa, and with vendors all around there where you can go get your flu shots if you want to. Mental health agencies will be there. Everything you can possibly want will be at Kennedy Park on September the 30th. Please come out. Please come out. Because right now, the world knows we need more peace in this world today.
Just one thing I want to add is, we are definitely going to have suicide preventional services there, therapy that are sponsoring our event, but more importantly, even shelter for the homeless and Tucson Electric, water are going to be there to help support those individuals that may need more support. So it's just a really good day to come out, and if you know somebody that maybe needs support and they're not coming, you can still get some really great information. This is definitely a day about peace, but we're going to have a lot of fun, a lot of drumming, a lot of music, and a lot of really amazing talent from all over the city. So please definitely join us if you can.
Let me go in front.
Okay.
All right, this is not America Got Talent, but you all going to. I'm so grateful and thankful for this opportunity that, we live in a society where peace is really important. Now, it's really inner peace. Now, the acronym for peace is pursue excellence and cherish everyone. If I live in a community and there's not peace, there's a lot of chaos, it affects all of us, or the value of our property go down, mental health increase. So what I'm saying is that what we are doing is really reminding everyone of the consciousness of living a life of peace within ourselves first, and then others. So I want you all to join me in a song. This song have no key. So
Y'all can do it.
It's very simple. I'm going to play a drum beat, and I would like everyone to join in and just repeat after me. All right? Come on, look alive. We are all one.
We are all one. We are not alone. Together we are strong. Let's start today. We are one. We are not alone. Together we are strong. Let's start today. Let's start with love. Let's start with joy. Let's start with peace. Let's start today. Hey. Oh. Hey. Oh. Hey. Oh. Yeah.
Complexion. Connect with each other and get information from exhibitors. If you don't have peace, there is agencies within the city that can help you, before you do something catastrophic. Thank you, my beautiful people. Peace and joy.
Thank you. Do you want to?
Oh.
Oh, go ahead. No, dale, por favor.
Please. Okay. Other than, the peace, we want to make sure that we're embracing or fostering a community that embraces the power of peace, love, unity, and respect. We want to teach the community about positive outlets when they're feeling lonely or self-harm. We want to teach dance, music, art. There's so many other options, and even when you feel alone, you're not alone. So we're always here. There's always somebody to hear you.
Thank you. I'm a little nervous now. Just kidding. My name is Ramses. As an indigenous person, the drum is really powerful, across the whole world. It was gifted by Creator. It's the first instrument we have. So this event that my brother's putting on is really powerful. I myself, I'm a little shook by it. Drum Up for Peace, it brings everyone together of all walks of life. So I'm inviting everyone out personally. I will be doing a guided meditation, gratitude prayer. So at 11. And then I'm performing also with Danza Azteca, so at 5 o'clock. So it brings everyone together, all types of drums. When you go online and you search a drum, you put drum, it's a drum set that comes up. When you put world percussion, those are the drums that our people have been carrying for hundreds and hundreds of years. So yeah, look at woof. It's powerful. Thank you very much, and drum up for peace.
Sorry, he just reminded me of something. We are still looking for some volunteers, so if you're interested, it's a really light lift. We're just looking for people that join the festival to, if they see maybe some litter on the floor, just throw it away, those kind of things. So if you know anyone that's interested in serving, we are definitely looking for that type of volunteer work. And this is a nonprofit organization. There's a lot of people, wonderful people in this city that have paid out of pocket to make this event possible. So thank you, and we hope to see you there.
Thank you so much for being here. Oh. Good to see you. They want to take a picture of you over here. Yeah. Yep. Thanks. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have a call to the public. Thank you so much. Citizens attending the meeting shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or becomes boisterous while addressing the board may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stomping of feet, whistles, yells, or similar demonstration shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. With that, we have 36 speakers. And so everyone is limited to 2 minutes. And first we have Tim Locks, followed by Angie Anderson. And then Sharon Fickus. And so if you all can, when I call your name, if you can come sit up to the front, that'd be great. Oh, she's on the phone.
Good morning. Fact number 1, we the people own voter data, not you, not the recorder, not Pima County, and not the state of Arizona. I'm holding a piece of paper here which shows the name of a person who once resided in Tucson and left in 2004. She now resides in North Carolina and shows no voter history in any recent time, yet her voter record shows her to be active. Two EIC commissioners cited cases of ballots being delivered to either their home or to the neighborhood they reside where ballots had been delivered, and the prior residents either had moved to another state or never lived at that address. We've heard reports of ballots being delivered to vacant homes, ballots on the floors of apartment complexes. The county recorder is charged with maintaining the voter rolls. She submitted the budget and you guys approved it. The list maintenance overview that you guys were given was provided also to the EIC in July. 1.5 hours was spent going over the various tasks conducted at the recorder's office to maintain the voter rolls. I question the sincerity of the recorder to follow the very sheet she claims to follow to maintain the rolls. If she were following her own process, nothing would need to be questioned. I would like to propose a compromise with the people. This compromise would couple payment to the county recorder with deliverables. Deliverables verified by a Democrat and opposing party database administrator who are like-minded in the sense that the voter rolls need cleaning. This DBA team, along with the recorder or her representative, would provide monthly updates to the supervisors. At time changes are actually made to the production database, the supervisors could then approve the quarterly disbursements. This team would be involved through the 2024 general election. Okay, Angie, you're up.
Thank you. Angie Anderson? followed by Sharon Fickus and Virginia Bagishi, and those last two speakers are telephonic.
To follow up with what Tim said, if his suggestions were done appropriately, indeed it will take money, because once preliminary updates are completed, canvassing will become necessary to confirm questionable voter records. Tim has a plan to find duplicate voter records, voters who have not voted in at least 2 federal elections, and other pertinent queries to find anomalies. While the proposal is very high level at this point, this type of transparency is necessary to calm many of the concerns we the people have. In final, we request that you suspend a vote on agenda item 18 today until such time as an agreement can be reached, and compel the recorder to meet for the purpose of developing an agreement. If the recorder is unwilling to engage with we the people, I would not allocate 1 penny of the $950,000 to her, as she obviously is not interested in cleaning the voter rolls. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Fickus?
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Sharon Fickus, legal resident, Pima County. I request continued Sergeant-at-Arms to be provided in this room for the security of all during a Board of Supervisors meeting. I am not using hate speech. I am commenting on the truth and evil actions perpetrated by this squad of 4. That's Bronson, Scott, Hines, and Grijalva. Each are working to destroy my rights as tax-paying citizens. Don't watch their lips, watch their vote. Today, item 34, Jot Properties again will provide more millions to support the illegals, food, housing, medical support, and more. I believe this squad of 4 is guilty of treason. Constitutions and codes define treason not just in time of war, but any time aiding and comforting the enemy. This squad of 4 are helping our enemies, those who are the unknown, mingling with all the illegals crossing our border. I will not waste my time on these distractions. The long game is remove this squad of 4 from their elected positions on this board. We must vote them out of office. We need a strong conservative warrior candidate to remove Sharon Bronson in District 3. If you don't know what you can do, contact Dave Smith, our chair. He'll help you accelerate your campaign. Steve Spain will remove Rex Scott, District 1. Bernice Corey Stevens will remove Matt Hines, District 2. Bel Romero, a libertarian, he's working to remove Communista Grijalva.
Is that the end of your comments?
Our vote is our weapon to win a strong conservative vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Virginia Bagishi, followed by Robert Royce, Dave Smith, and Shirley Ricard.
Hello?
Yes. Ms. Bagishi?
Yes. The Sergeant of Arms needs to be present for all public meetings. Supervisors, staff, and guests should be going through security checkpoints like taxpayers. Our sheriff would be doing our county a great favor by resigning. Return the COVID money. Why is TMC getting so much money? Is this a conflict of interest with Matt Hines? Why only TMC? Stop the migrants. I have my own family to feed. You're taking money from my family. How about we bus these migrants to Matt, Rex, and Adelita's house for endless food, lodging, transportation, and medical issues? You are also giving with other people's money. I'm sure you won't have an issue putting in your own. Migrants get secured housing, and my veterans are sleeping in washes. We've heard your interviews on radio shows using enhanced words to dodge the truth. What are you guys going to do when we band together and stop paying taxes? Thank you.
Robert Royce.
I'm Robert Royce. I keep hearing about science like it's something I'm supposed to respect. My respect for science was blown out of the water when I was 23 3 years old. I came back from 6 months in Mexico and called my mother for the first time in 3 months. She has this hushed tone that she always uses when she's conveying bad news. And she tells me, oh, next time you're in Chicago, you have to come and stop by the hospital where you were born because you need to be examined because I gave you this drug, DES. And she says in a very hushed tone, it's estrogen. So I figured out right away within 24 hours that I'd been messed up. Of course, I only thought of myself. I had to realize my chances of dying of cancer were increased exponentially by this reproductive drug which hastens cell division. Well, lucky me, I was born a man. The women started coming up with pre-malignancies when they were 14 and their hormones tried to kick in. We're talking about tens of thousands of young women that died before they were 20 years old, and hundreds of thousands more that never had the joy of making a child. All for science, so Eli Lilly could make some money. Screwed up 3 million of us. The only thing it seems to have done to me is I have an unnatural ability to say no to sex, which has basically helped keep me out of trouble in my life. But the women were deliberately messed up so the drug companies could make money. And so how can I trust science? I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Smith. By Shirley Ricard, Mark Saucedo, Danica Burbank. And if I've called your name, if you want to come up, that would be helpful. Thanks.
Right, Chairman. I come to you not as a political entity, but as a law enforcement professional, because I have real issues with what's occurring, and I think it's entrusted on you people to reestablish the integrity of our law enforcement community in this county. The lieutenant here is the only representative of law enforcement here because we have had our other sergeant of arms taken away. This is a question that you have to ask yourself. What is going on with the sheriff's department? This is the integrity of a law enforcement profession is an essential element of its function. The men and women who serve have pride. They love what they do. They deeply care about each other. But this sheriff appears to be much more concerned with his own little coterie of friends. And we've got to say, this deputy who was allegedly raped in December has simply asked for an internal investigation. Now, when I was with the Department of Public Safety, we would assist agencies willfully, would turn over these things to us because this is a critical element. What's worse is the chief who has been condemned for not taking action during the rape is now the chief in charge of internal affairs. How will anyone in this county have reliable faith in that internal investigation? We must get an outside agency. Number one, to do the actual criminal investigation. This is one of the big three: murder, robbery, rape. You don't do your own investigation and such. And every county, every law enforcement group in this country knows you bring outside agencies. Now, last week I was sitting having a coffee with a good friend of mine, who's a retired chief of Saurita. And he was amazed at how this is being handled. The men and women of Pima County Sheriff's Department are proud, heroic, and they deserve to have their honor protected and the honor of their agency. Please, please, let's bring in an outside investigation and solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Mark and then Elizabeth or Done? Okay. Mr. Salcedo. And then Danica Burbank, Elizabeth Hopkins, and Claire Caviello.
May I pass out a visual aid that we prepared?
And then we'll get it right after. No. The clerk is sitting in the front. Thanks.
I thought I was next, Charlie.
Oh, I apologize. Your card, what did I do with it? Sorry. Yes, Shirley Ricard, and then I apologize.
I also request continued sergeant arm presence in this room for the security of all of us. Jan Lisher, I find it such a coincidence that one of your neighbors from your inherited home on Coronado Island just happens to be the Swisser Family Properties Incorporated entity, which is selling the Drexel property that you are proposing that our Board of Supervisors purchase. Jan, I'd really be careful trying to do things behind our back. Karma is a bitch, just ask Huckleberry. It's proposed that Pima County buy this property for the purpose of renovating it at what additional cost, we don't know, to permanently house illegal immigrants who will allegedly and ostensibly only be allowed to reside there for a few days on their way home to the state of their sponsor. A better idea might be to house them in tents with porta potties, either at the border or on land that's already owned by the county. The old adage applies that you never make a guest too comfortable, right? The surplus of used tents at Barnum and Bailey, Ringling Brothers, and FEMA wouldn't cost near as much to renovate, and I'm almost certain that Stamback would give you a screaming deal on porta potties if you will insure them for damages and losses. You won't have to be concerned about legals wanting to stay too long, since they will be noticeably uncomfortable and not coddled like they will be when we pay for their posh new digs. But a greater overriding question is this: why is our Board of Supervisors aiding and abetting the breaking of federal and state immigration laws? Why are these people not forced to abide by the laws which require them to seek asylum in the closest adjacent country to their home country? Immigrants from Senegal are being released onto Tucson streets. Now, I have to admit that geography was neither my best nor my favorite subject when I was in school, but am I the only one in this entire assembly who didn't know that Senegal abuts the United States? Come on, you guys.
Thank you. Mark Salcedo?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Mark, and behind me is Liz, Danica, and Claire. And we are speaking to you regarding our concern over the availability and reliability of public transportation for some of our older adults in Pima County. Specifically, we're talking about residents who reside in the Census Tract 4616. This is an area located at North La Choya Boulevard and West River Road in the Casa Adobes, and over 1,000 older adults reside in this area, many of whom have no reliable transportation towards meeting some of their basic needs, such as healthcare appointments, grocery shopping, and just staying active and social in their community. Currently, many older adults are relying on inconsistent insurance transits, walking in the Arizona heat, and relying on rides from family and friends. During a windshield survey and key informant interviews that we conducted in the field in Census Tract 4616, we discovered that older adults actually are more willing to rely on public transportation options such as the SunTran. However, stops in this area are far and few between. And there's only one bus stop that is accessible in the area without crossing any major roads. And even that option is very far from the residential areas. So, yeah.
Thank you. Danica Burbank?
The CDC defines older adults as individuals of 65 years of age or older. This census tract has about 4,400 people, with 23% being older adults. Of these individuals, 17% live under the poverty line. This is almost double the Pima County average for this age group, indicating that these older adults have paid off their mortgages but are struggling to provide for themselves in other aspects. Older adults are an inherently vulnerable demographic, so their needs should not be ignored or forgotten. After speaking with the fire department that covers this census tract, Station 330, it is apparent that the older adult population are large consumers of emergency services. They reported that 90% of the calls they respond to are medically related incidents, many being non-emergent. The firefighters explained that many older adults call 911 for chronic conditions or for falls occurring in the home, as many of these older adults in the census tract live alone in a house. After these older adults have called emergency services, many are then transported to the hospital by the fire department for further evaluation. Because most of the older adults utilize Medicare, this results in large expenditures of tax dollars to cover the several resources needed for each of these emergency visits. As an example, an average ambulance ride costs approximately $1,200. While it is important to provide adequate care for these citizens, this is a misuse of emergency resources and a waste of taxpayer dollars. This is especially egregious as there are solutions for the issues regarding transportation for older adults in Census Tract 4616 and for Pima County as a whole.
Elizabeth Hopkins?
Yeah. The people living in the census tract have a vast amount of healthcare resources close by. with Northwest Medical Center located on West Orange Grove Road and La Cholla Crossroads, and a medical park. Sorry. Oh. And a medical park right next to it. There are offices for primary care, dental specialists, and pharmacy resources, along with much more. When further investigating the reliability of transportation in the census tract, we spoke with some employees of these medical offices for their insight. They reported that older adults who rely on public transportation or transportation through insurance struggle due to the unreliability of these services. These patients are often late or miss their appointments or end up sitting in the lobby for hours waiting for their pickup. It is unfortunate that with 30-plus healthcare offices in a relatively close vicinity, people are still struggling to access them. The problem we're seeing here in Census Tract 4616 mirrors a nationwide issue. The American Hospital Association found that 3.6 million United States citizens do not obtain medical care due to transportation-related issues. The Medical Transportation Access Coalition found that missed healthcare appointments in the U.S. cost about $150 billion per year. More specifically, with every medical appointment missed, it costs physicians about $200 per hour. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth Hopkins. And then followed by Elizabeth Rolanda Baker, Corey Stevens, Isabel Garcia, and Eva Chestier. Thank you.
Taking all of this information into consideration, we recognize the power that you all hold as members of the Board of Supervisors, which is why we are proposing and requesting that Pima County apply for the grant titled the Neighborhood Access and Equity Grant Program. With this program, the Department of Transportation is awarding over 100 applicants up to $3.155 billion with an award ceiling of $450 million. This money could be used to help not only Census Tract 4616, but Pima County as a whole. The grant is eligible to provide active transportation networks and spines and provide affordable access to essential destinations. More specifically, the money can be used to supply more bus stops in the area and maybe even potentially start and fund a reliable public shuttle service for older adults and lead them back to the life they once previously had. This grant money will also contribute to reducing misuse of public resources, such as the fire department for non-emergent medical incidents, and can help to reduce heat-related incidents due to less distance having to be traveled on foot. Help us help our older adults in this community. They matter to us and are important as they make meaningful contributions to the thriving communities they live in. They just need a little help sometimes, like we all do. We deeply appreciate you taking time to listen and understand this concern for the elders in our community. We hope that we have brought awareness to this issue along with the beginning of a solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Rolanda Baker. And if I've called your name, if you can come up, please. We only have an hour. I mean, we'll ask if we want to extend it, but Corey Stevens, and then Isabel Garcia, and then I believe it's Eva Jane. Okay, great. Thank you.
Hello, Madam Chair Grijalva, Chairpersons Sharon Bronson, Steve Christie, Matt Hines, Rex Scott, and Administrator Lester. I want to thank all the Pima County Supervisors who voted to make today, September 19th, 2023, a proclamation of the Day of Stop the Hate Collective. My name is Rolanda Baker. I'm a mother of 3, a grandmother of 9, and a great-grandmother of 1, a 48-year retired public school teacher, and a proud union member of the National Education Association and the American Federation of Teachers, and finally, a proud member of Stop the Hate. I want to end with, this is what Stop the Hate is about, and this is what I'm asking all here who are in this place and throughout Pima County. Our powerful collection calls on all people of conscience and those who care about justice in our state and in this county to rise up and resist the culture of hate, racism, and bigotry, and join us to organize the work for equality, justice, and true democracy. That's what we're asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey Stevens.
I'm speaking today on behalf of victims of sexual assault as a concerned citizen in Pima County As a survivor of sexual assault, I feel compelled to speak out on this matter as many victims are silenced and have no voice. You have the details regarding the incident that occurred last December when a deputy was raped by her sergeant at a party. A subsequent victim's plea for investigation 9 months later has brought forth details, and it is up to you to determine the facts. In doing so, you must ask some serious questions. Who made the call to send a lieutenant and chief to the scene? Was Nanos involved in that decision-making process? Does that chief have a personal relationship with the suspect? Why wasn't a sex crimes unit dispatched to the scene? Who paid for the deputy to have a rape kit done? Were any sheriff's command staff placed on admin leave pending an investigation? Why was the chief who arrived on scene promoted to internal affairs? Have you asked to see the department's policy and procedure manual regarding incidents of this nature? Have you investigated associations of the suspect, for instance, maybe his girlfriend who might work for the Pima County Attorney's Office? A transparent chain of cronyism has led to an interdepartmental cover-up. The deputy has been victimized numerous times by those in her department who took an oath to protect and serve. Sheriff Nanos' previous term was not without turmoil. He was investigated by the FBI for misuse of RICO funds. This investigation led to one chief being criminally charged and another committing suicide. How can we trust the highest-ranking law enforcement official of Pima County to protect and serve the citizens when he can't even defend and serve one of his own? It is my sincere hope that this board will hold Nanos accountable for his actions or lack thereof.
Thank you. Isabel Garcia.
Good morning again. I want to thank the board for passing the proclamation, Stop the Hate. I will leave you some information, some reports, and I am missing one, so I'll give you one later, Adelita, but these reports are important. Last year, we decided to organize here in this community. Coming from a fifth generation, I'm fifth generation on my mother's side, I've never seen the kind of hate. The hate speech, yes, calling people illegals, calling people names is absolutely wrong. We see the consequences. There were 26 murdered in El Paso. This gentleman down here had a fixation on undocumented immigrants too, and he killed one too. And what I'm saying is that speech does harm us tremendously. It harms our democracy, harms us individually. And last year, we saw that this was really taking hold across the country. People in Boston speaking about the wall and illegals and not knowing a thing about the border. And yes, I attribute it to our educational system that we are not taught the histories of how our country was founded on the genocide of indigenous and theft of indigenous land. We've not learned the history of slavery, and we've not learned the history of labor. And to this issue, we've never learned the history of immigration. And it's important that we learn how this area became part of the United States of America. This was Mexico, this was indigenous lands, and we've never left. And this report documents what we saw last year, which is why we formed. It's a report that documents by America's Voice, tracking all of the hate speech, primarily by Republican candidates across the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Eva Jane. Thank you.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Eva Jane, a local mother.
Go ahead. You can start again. We'll start the time.
My name is Eva Jane, a local mother, educator, and concerned citizen. I'm here today to both thank you for taking a step in the right direction by supporting this proclamation to stop the hate, and also to ask you to truly commit to ending the hate growing in our county. As the proclamation says, hate speech corrupts the concept of free speech as it encourages and excuses physical abuses and criminal acts against those it targets. We see this every day being played out by the Sheriff's Department and the County Attorney's Office. The amount of hate that has been allowed to breed towards those outside of the societal norms, leading to the arrest of domestic violence victims like Taisha Wayne and the murder of incarcerated folks like Wade Welch, is disgusting. To truly end the hate, to truly stand against hate, to genuinely serve your constituents in Pima County, you must use the incredible amount of power that you have to provide affordable housing for everyone. The jail is not housing, the jail is not a support service. To provide a living wage and safe working conditions for everyone, and end the deaths in the jail. Imagine right now, for just a few seconds, that you are one of the family members of the dozens of folks who have died in the Pima County Adult Detention Center. Imagine calling the jail to find out where your loved one is and finding out that they've been transferred to the hospital where they died and you were not even informed. Think about what that would feel like. Really imagine the pain that is caused. As the board overseeing one of the deadliest jails in the nation, you have a responsibility to the people of Pima County to make amends and ensure it never happens again. I believe in you. You can stop the hate, and we are counting on you to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim McFadden, Marcelino Flores, and Chris Cornev.
My name? Before I start, can I yield my time? No, it's an open forum.
No.
Okay. Madam Chair and fellow board members, I had really wanted to yield my time, but let me just touch on something that frankly is been going on too long. Folks, COVID's over. Let's face facts. You know, how long are you going to drag this on? I know the next COVID's coming now. I know that's the next one. You received $200+ million from the federal government back in 2021 due to COVID. You now have the obligation, as I read the Pima County Rescue Plan Act, to obligate those funds by the end of the year. And that's a considerable sizable amount of money. And I've looked at the line items, and it's amazing. I have to say, if you vote to continue to take these funds, you're culpable. I'm sorry. There's no need for it. And besides, money for medical records? Why you get involved in medical records, personal medical records? That's not the board's decision here. The recent round of IJs with Pima County participated in hint that there's a near future pandemic. Come on, let's get over with this, okay, and move on so we can all and quit the hate, okay? So bottom line is, I just, if you in good conscience can continue to take these funds from the federal government, our taxpayers' money, I don't find it reasonable.
Thank you. Marcelino Flores. Just to be really clear, excuse me.
They're mocking.
Stop. Excuse me. Respectfully, I can't hear it up here, and a lot of times I can. And when I can, I'll say something. Okay. Let me just say very quickly that nobody can yield time to each other. I've made accommodations for people to speak after each other, and that's fine. Everyone has 2 minutes. Okay? All right, great. Thank you. So, Marcelino, ma'am, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva, esteemed board members, for the Stop the Hate proclamation today. And I want to thank the coalition for foremost acknowledging the indigenous peoples. So one of the things that I was reminded and started to reflect upon was the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People. And I did a little substitution and put workers for Indigenous people, and I'd like to share that with you. The recognition of rights of workers will enhance harmonious and cooperative relations between labor and management, based on principles of justice, democracy, respect for human rights, non-discrimination, and good faith. If this were Article 17, 3.3, workers have the right not to be subjected to any discriminatory conditions of labor and inter alia employment or salary. Article 18 would read, workers have the right to participate in decision-making in matters which would affect their rights through representatives chosen by themselves in accordance with their own procedures, as well as maintain and develop our workers' decision-making institutions. In close, the competent classification study has taken effect on September 10th, and we won't know what those changes are until the 22nd, and that is, again, not prior and informed consent. There's an appeal process that's talked about, but there's already about 2 weeks lost, and there'll be about 2 weeks to appeal, and HR has had over 2 years to prepare their arguments, and we have no preparation as workers. So our ask to be at the table will now be converting towards a request for information from our local 449, and we will persist and insist on a meeting soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Conniff, followed by Sharon Green, Gisela Aaron, and Joshua Heap.
What's up? Good. My name's Chris Conniff. I was a Pima County Sheriff's Deputy for over 21 years. The last 15 years, I was a field training officer. I trained over 45 deputies, 10 of which have left during my career, the last 5 within a year or so since I retired. In addition to multiple people leaving, it's way more than handfuls. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars out the door. That's money that you have given Nanos in the past and other budgets that he's basically watching go out the door. I survived 2 officer-involved shootings. I got stitches, I got staples, I got black eyes, bumps, bruises, and I bled tan every time, and I still do to this day. The problem with the people leaving is the experience loss is immeasurable. Experience limits liability. Liability, as Ms. Lesher would know, is crazy sometimes. Keeping experienced deputies is a must. The problem that I've talked to people leaving, it's not really money anymore. It's the management styles of Sheriff Nanos, which, from what I've been told, are apathy, dismissiveness, and retaliation. The promotional process is in shambles. If you're pro Nanos, you are probably going to do better in the process from all appearances. And this isn't in spite. I never chose to test. I preferred working the streets and continue to field train. And this process actually is what gave us Sergeant Ricky Garcia. Exit interviews are a complete joke. Commanders that are part of the problem sit in on them. An outside survey is desperately needed so employees can actually explain who, what, and why the problems exist. An A, B, C, D, or all the above survey would do nothing. In short, no pun intended, Sheriff Nanos is the Pied Piper of incompetence. Thank you.
Sharon Green.
I'm Sharon Green. Our founding fathers established our country as a beacon of hope and light for people to have the freedom to worship, to speak freely without retribution, to choose how each person lives our life, and to share the love of Christ with each other. The lies and deceptions of the last 3 years have made a mockery of our founding fathers' vision for us to live out our lives as godly people, embracing the truth of the gospel of Christ Jesus. God will not be mocked. Our salvation does not come through a government which seeks to eliminate God and is even presumptuous enough to think they are God. In the past, you have implemented measures of public health that were harmful to the public. As the flu season approaches, please do not repeat the bad policies of the past, which have so damaged many citizens of Pima County. We do not need any mandates. Let us be responsible citizens and make wise decisions for ourselves. COVID restrictions of the past promoted hostility. It is not in the best interest of our citizens to make enemies of one another. We, the people, are the watchmen of our government. You represent us and should make decisions that support all of us. As a believer in Christ, I believe the Bible is the true word of God. Anything that is spoken against it or discredits it is a lie. The past 3 years, we have been victims of mass formation psychosis and the greatest propaganda of lies ever experienced. The resulting fear inhibits us from critical thinking. People are waking up to the lies and deception. COVID shots have killed more than 8 million people and more than 1 million people, and another 8 to 9 million are now chronically ill or disabled, including my nephew. Our workforce has been drastically reduced by this damage. God tells us live by truth, not lies. May God bless you.
Thank you.
And reveal his truth.
Gisela Aaron.
I, Gisela Aaron, come to you, sui juris, in this court of record to remind you frequently and out of necessity that by swearing your oath of office, you've become one of our trustee servants. You are obligated by your oath to its fidelity. In Marburg versus Madison, the U.S. Supreme Court has affirmed that any law repugnant to the Constitution is null and void. By declaring what shall be the supreme law of the land, the Constitution itself is mentioned, not any administrative law of the U.S. in general, but those made in pursuance of the Constitution. A law repugnant to the Constitution is null and void, and courts are bound by that instrument. The rule must be discharged. I assert that the county recorder has illegally delegated her primary job duties of voter roll maintenance to third-party vendors named Eric and Abbott. The recorder has also illegally outsourced signature verification to Runback. She trusts these companies with our most vulnerable data without any oversight, like Mr. Prasad of Celios managing the county's Oracle Health database from his private home without any oversight. We, the people, are being taxed triple for the same job. We are paying our servant, the recorder, and her staff to do this. We are also being taxed again for high membership fees in Eric, and we pay for Avic, and we also pay for Runback to do her job. Note, a job once delegated to a duly elected person cannot be delegated again. Furthermore, laws repugnant to the Constitution, such as the Federal Help America Vote Act, as adopted by the Arizona legislature, directly violates and interferes in elections of, by, and the people. Therefore, the Pima County Board of Supervisors, having the responsibility to protect the people's method of election in adherence to the Constitution and the people's electoral process, must take immediate action to cease the use of electronic
Joshua Heath,
voting
followed
machines.
by Moyedin Abdulaziz, Ellen Wilson, and Sarah Roberts. And these seats that say unavailable are for speakers. So if you want to come and sit up here, you're encouraged to, please. Go ahead.
Hi there. Thanks for meeting today. It's refreshing to see public comment received as this capacity when the Blue Ribbon Commission has done everything they could to make their dealings private and their decision separate from the community it will so severely affect. And the impact it's going to affect everyone in this city in unfair and violent ways, from applying an outrageous tax to us all to committing even more of our communities to incarceration. The new jail is projected to need over 3,100 beds, almost twice the amount in our current jail. With the current rate of jail deaths being so high and the current administration proving its inability to address this issue, I can't possibly believe that this will be solved, and it's clear that these deaths will only increase in number and tragedy. The outrages of this new jail range from the impacts to our day-to-day life and how we Tucson citizens will be footed with the bill of a blank check of at least $400 million signed to this commission, the plan to build the jail along the Santa Cruz on ancestral land, and creating a shocking eyesore for anyone who cherishes their hikes on Tumamoc. But also in our community are the people who will have the fear of the incentive that the jail countless people that the building of the jail creates. Our current jail is in ruins due to the negligence of how it's run, with things like food, hygiene, and clothing being unaffordable for even 1,800 inmates. Several employees have come out saying that many people aren't receiving toilet paper now. How will these conditions improve with 3,200 new people? The fact that the Blue Ribbon Commission blames these conditions on the incarcerated shows they have no good faith and hold no regard for the conditions they're damning even more of our community to. We absolutely cannot allow this new jail to be built. What would benefit our community would be devoting this funding to housing to address this citywide crisis, instead of throwing away more people to the dehumanizing conditions that we create for people who deserve to be protected rather than forgotten. And to honor this, I'll read a few names of the small part of those who have died in the jail. There's Jose Flores, Caleb Kanowski, Jennifer Valenzuela.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Abdulaziz, and followed by Eileen Wilson, Sarah Roberts, Karina Cherivet, and Raf Polo.
Thank you very much. My name is Muhyiddin Abdulaziz, and I am an immigrant, a Palestinian Arab American immigrant who lived in Tucson and Pima County since 1978. Today, in my opinion, is one of the times when government is at its best. Thank you for recognizing the value of free speech and the danger of hate speech. Our collective is a coalition of more than 60 human and civil rights organizations, faith communities, environmental, labor, educational, and other LGBTQ plus communities, as well as more than 200 individual citizens who believe that good citizenship means not to remain silent and to do what is good for your community. Thank you for the proclamation. It gives us a lot of energy, but also a lot of responsibility. We will continue this struggle to do our best to keep this community safe, inclusive, loving, and respectful of everybody. Please join us, www.stopthehate.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Eileen Wilson.
Good morning, Supervisors. I am Eileen Wilson, and I'm a resident of Pima County, and I reside within District 4. Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Again, Elections Department Director Constant Hardgrove is working to spend more funds supporting e-poll books, new voting booths, equipment to support ADA-approved express voter equipment, and now precinct line modifications. What happened to the more efficient and less costly method using local precinct voting where we knew our local workers in our immediate neighborhood? Director Hargrove promoted cost savings to the Board of Supervisors when all the changes were originally promoted. Watch item number 17, precinct line adjustments, as the proposed changes not only require shifting precinct lines to accommodate consolidation of precincts, but also changes to the Board of Supervisors and Justice of the Peace boundaries, and issuing new voter cards to the few thousands involved. Where do the additional costs end for minor precinct line changes? Item number 17 does not identify those costs. It would be nice to see another after-action report reflecting savings. Will that exist? Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah Roberts.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Sarah Roberts. I'm a retired RN and a volunteer with the Stop the Hate Collective. First of all, thank you very much to the Board of Supervisors for your support in making Pima County a welcoming, safe, and healthy community. And thank you for passing the proclamation inviting the public to take a pledge to speak out against hate speech and hate-motivated acts as we work to protect our democracy and the welfare of all our residents of Pima County. Thank you for welcoming immigrants and for your support of the LGBTQ plus community by passing the proclamation earlier this year declaring June 2023 Pride Month in Pima County. Many of us in our community were shocked at the negative, hurtful, hateful messaging during the 2022 election campaign. And we are seeing that begin again as we move towards 2024. This type of messaging is not reflective of the majority of our community. The Stop the Hate Collective represents over 60 organizations, as was mentioned, and over more than 200 individuals. When people of conscience stay silent about hate speech, we are complicit. We pledge to speak out against racism and bigotry in all its forms and to encourage our government representatives to focus on the centrality of a human rights framework in all policy decisions and to live the pledge and vote the pledge. We invite everyone in Pima County to read and sign the pledge at stopthehatecollective.org. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Ya basta.
Thank you. If we're going to go ahead and take a really quick break. Anyone who'd like to leave, because, no, I just didn't want, because there are a couple people that have tried to sneak out too, and that's totally okay. Okay, thank you. Corina Echevirel? Okay.
So civil certitude. About the jail, the Sheriff's Department exploited the loophole in state and federal reporting requirements to underreport the number of jail-related deaths under Chef Nono's watch. Initially, the department reported 12 related deaths in 2022, 2 in 2023. Recent reporting in conjunction with the medical examiner's oversight revealed that, in fact, there was 24 Pima County jail-related deaths in 2022, 8 in 2023. The department is clearly willing to stretch the law and regulation to the breaking point to hide their own negligence. The incompetence, when we hear that the new jail will potentially be a new building, potentially new programming, new services handed over to the same old sheriff. We're over 75% of the national average with these recorded numbers. I ask Chris Schaaf be removed for assault on a community member, and the board to ask these questions about the behavioral health department supposed to be investigating every detainee complaint and require enough care to address negative findings. Have you asked for any information related to the complaints? Just this week, we've had multiple deaths. And the issue with the victim in Saurita, she was detained on $1 million bond. It's outrageous. Cash bond. And these deaths continue to happen. To build a new death is inhumane and exploitative of our people.
Thank you. Raf Polo, followed by Amina Tolan.
Okay, this is a definition from Webster's dictionary regarding control. To exercise restraint or directing influence over, regulate. To have power over, rule. Today, I'm going to give you 3 examples of what's going on. Number 1, free speech means free speech. I lived under communism, and if you didn't follow their rules, there was going to be a door knock at midnight, take you somewhere, put you in jail, and perhaps never to be seen again. Number 2, I only have 2 minutes when I should have 3 minutes to speak. Control. Number 3, this morning we saw how one person came up to one of our speakers and removed them. Now, I am a legal immigrant from Cuba. I didn't come here with hate. I came here with love for a country that gave me the opportunity to make something of myself without taking anything from government. My family never, ever took welfare. I am very proud of my Cuban heritage and my grandparents' heritage. They come from Spain. At home, we spoke Spanish. We ate black beans and rice and lots of pork. But the moment we went outside, we were Americans. I was part of that pot, the American, it skips me right now, but I wanted to be an American. I love my heritage, but I love the United States of America.
Amina Tolan?
Thank you. I am a local registered nurse, a Tucson native, a union nurse, and I run a nonprofit here in town that looks to provide mobile hygiene services to the local unhoused community. Reduced hygiene related self-care practices among people experiencing homelessness in high-income countries have been associated with a variety of communicable and non-communicable disease outcomes. Infrequent showers and laundering clothing has been associated with increased risk of ectoparasite infestation, i.e. like body lice, fleas, scabies, among people experiencing homelessness. Limited access to sanitation may also exacerbate chronic diseases such as HIV or diabetes by posing barriers to treatment adherence. Personal hygiene and self-care, particularly access to regular showering and clean clothing, may also increase the likelihood of transitioning out of homelessness through obtaining a job or housing placement. It's amazing to me to see the lack of concern and the neglect the unhoused population here in Tucson must endure. We must gather here within this city to discuss the future of the unhoused community and work with local community members to bridge those gaps that are going neglected. When we have a Starbucks, a Walgreens, and a mattress firm on every corner, when it's 113 degrees out, when it's monsooning, or when we have a heat wave, and when gentrifying the infrastructure of our parks and community areas overrule taking care of the people and the community members, we're really not doing anything for our community at all, are we? Thank you.
Thank you. Anastasia Patakis? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. And T. Peterson? Thank you, Tracy, thank you. I didn't want to. Oh, go ahead.
Glory to God is all I'm going to say. God needs to be here. I've been following a lot of these situations very closely in the last month since I could not personally be here. In particular, the situation that has recently arisen regarding Sheriff Nanos and the rape of one of his deputies, while the lieutenant, a captain, and others stood on scene and allowed it to continue. I cannot believe that we even have to deal with this anymore. And now he is retaliating against all of us, including the Board of Supervisors, to take our sheriffs away from us. In exchange for what? He wanted his money and now he's going to whine and pout about it, so he's going to take away our sheriff's deputies? Because that's exactly what's going on. Myself and others have been continually victimized by the sheriff's department. Unlike this poor woman who has been raped, and she is continuing to be victimized over and over again by this department. And he has shuffled his people around, and his chief is now the director of the Internal Affairs Investigation Department. How is that, you ask? Because he did it. It's cronyism. This is the worst thing I have ever seen and experienced in a sheriff's department. He is going to be forced to resign, and he should be forced to resign. This all comes amidst this rape case, going on now for 10 months. Here we are. It's a case of nothing to see here. Nothing is going to happen now. Why? And she's going to continually be victimized and put down because all of them were on scene that night and allowed it to happen. And shame on the county attorney's office not taking this up longer than 10 months ago. You all are culpable. And don't look at me like that, because you know it, and Jan Lesher knows it, and all the others know it too. This is not what the people of Pima County need or want. The time is now to act and demand the resignation of all those involved, including Sheriff Nanos and everybody that has been involved, down to the last Board of Supervisor and County Attorney's Office.
Tracy Peterson, followed by Keith Van Heineken.
Thank you very much. My name is Tracy Peterson, and I am just grateful to you all for passing the proclamation today. I am part of the Stop the Hate Collective, and one of the things that is important to understand is if hate is left unattended, violence occurs. And we've seen it replete in our history as U.S. citizens and others who are in our country. And so you all took a very brave step today to signal that hate speech is wrong. It is not necessary. We can all agree to disagree. We can have civic engagement and be on opposing sides. But when hate is imbued, it creates the conditions for violence. And we oppose violence. And we want our communities to be safe. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Keith Van Heineken, followed by Stephanie Kirk.
Good morning. My name is Keith Van Heineken, and I'm not sure what I can say because I might be carted off by the sheriff's office and throttled or possibly even killed. That's just the facts of life when you get into a physical confrontation that someone on this board would willy-nilly force upon you. Now, free speech, hate speech, I seem to remember a mural on the wall 500 feet from the Martin Luther King building that said, "Make whiteness the other." I mentioned it in this room and at the city, and no one batted an eye. But to make whiteness the other means you have to slaughter 98% of all Caucasians in the country. That's what they mean by hate speech. I agree. I've lived in Florida, Chicago, here, Europe. I've seen a lot of corruption, but you guys are pushing the limit. Any conflict of interest waiver for Deacon Cini or Rothschilds, it's a slap in the face. Any continued support of the illegal alien invasion is a slap in the face. You're pushing for major riots before the next election, and it's obvious you don't care who dies because you're a happy Democrat with a happy lion-ass media.
Stephanie Kirk.
Get him.
Morning. My name is Stephanie Kirk. Why was the internal investigations placed on hold? One thing the various groups in here can agree on is that Nanos must go. But why must he take our sergeant in arms? Are we moving toward Chicago, Illinois, where we soon adopt the Safety Act and we don't provide protection to those who voice our opinions? Why? Why should we? When we have the board, the president of the board, who's been silencing everybody in here. Is this a punishment for his misuse of funds and authority? His overtime pay may not be an issue if he didn't lose so many employees to a vaccine that wasn't safe or effective or even approved, nor do they even take responsibilities for the side effects to which they cause. Johnson & Johnson was one of the vaccinations. As of 2023, in July, they're facing more than 38,000 lawsuits just with baby powder. That's what we put on our baby. Imagine what we've been injecting into our babies. Vote no on Agenda 34 with the additional funding for job properties, which was originally given in August of 2021. We gave over $2 million to a hotel that houses fentanyl users, homeless, and illegal immigrants. Yes, they're illegal because they're not coming in the way that we used to come in prior to the pandemic with a capital L. It has been amended 10 times when it wasn't supposed to be amended at all. And that's why I'm going to tell you, because I'm running out of time, to vote no on Agenda 13. And TMC emergency room money. Matt Hines, who could not even come in today, wonder if you're going to come in when there's no sergeant of arms. The answer is no. You can't have any money for the place that you work at. It's a conflict of interest. The other thing is, we don't need any surveillance. It's not your business if I get a vaccine that's not safe or effective, okay? And also, why are we buying Drexel? Is it so we can enable what's going on forever?
Thank you.
You bet.
So we have reached the hour mark. Board members, we have 6 additional speakers, and so I'm going to go ahead and ask that we move to extend the deadline to allow for the 6 additional speakers.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, item passes unanimously. Elizabeth Thompson, followed by Jane Hubbard and Elizabeth Moll.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Thompson, a resident of Pima County. I just had a couple comments on some of the issues that are on items on the agenda. Number 17, the proposed precinct lines being adjusted. It seems to me they spent about 1.5 years looking at those lines initially, and we voted as residents with other agencies to bring those about. I think that they should remain the way that they are. And in the next 10 years, when we go through the census again, we can go through the whole situation again. As far as the corrections issue, I think a lot's already been said about it, but I am all in favor of having an outside agency look into this. I have dealt with assessment. I know that if a corporation or a management team is looking at their own people, it always comes out everything is fine, just like on the elections board and the Department of Elections here. I vet voting rolls twice a week, and I think that they are disgusting, and they should have been changed a long time ago. Katie Hobbs vetoed a bill that was set up from District 1 or from District 4 that they would be renewed every 2 years. She vetoed that, so that couldn't be done. I don't understand why, unless she's trying to keep it illegals voting. And as far as the word illegal, it means not legal. It means that if they don't have documentation, they are not legal. I am a taxpayer. I don't want to pay for the rest of the world. I have trouble enough paying for myself. Thank you.
Jane Hubbard.
Good morning, Jane Hubbard from District 1. I spoke to this board on August 8th regarding the need for funding and a rehabilitation facility for victims of human trafficking in Pima County. At that time, I requested the consideration of how Pima County could help meet this need be placed on the agenda of a future meeting. My request was entered into the records, and you can see it with the agenda for August 8th. Rick Scott, Supervisor Scott, I've called your office many times. Your staff has been very helpful, promptly returning my calls. My last one with Katie, I believe it was Katie, said that should have letters written and mailed to all 5 of you regarding what the needs are and how it impacts Pima County. So Maggie McCain, who's the president of Southern Arizona Against Slavery, did write letters to all 5 of you with information on what is needed, and she mailed those letters out on August 21st. So in her letter, she explained the most common reason people in Southern Arizona are being tricked, coerced, or forced to engage in sex trafficking is for a place to stay. Pima County needs a safe place for our community members to stay so they can do not engage in trafficking, and they need a safe place to be rehabilitated once they exit trafficking. Currently, we have someone wishing to escape trafficking. They have to be driven to Phoenix Dream Center, but that center is currently full. So we can't meet the needs of a traffic survivor in Pima County. A rehabilitation center to meet the unique needs of survivors would include providing a shower, bed, food, clothing, personal hygiene items. The goal is to provide education and employment resources, therapy, and case management services. The center would need to be well coordinated with substance abuse and detox facilities, as well as attorney services. Full-time staff, as well as 24/7 security is required. Ms. Terry Bernier from the Southern Arizona Dream Center has fully trained staff
Thank
and
you.
volunteers ready to go.
If you want to give your comments to the.
Yeah, I will. I have letters for all of you.
Thank
and
you.
their information.
Elizabeth Mole, followed by Peter Norquist, Sarah Price, and our last speaker is JP Salvatierra.
Is the camera set up to show something at this point?
On your phone, I don't know if it'll pick up, but you can put it there on the tape.
Just on the table?
On the tape.
On the tape.
There you go. And if it can be seen, they'll do that. Okay, go ahead. They're figuring it out.
Oh.
It's very small, so, yeah, I don't think they
All
can
right.
pick it up.
Thank you. All right, again, my name is Elizabeth Mall, and I'd like to thank you for the proclamation on the Constitution Day. I'm here to praise the public libraries as far as what they have done for Constitution Day. Do I think they've done everything possible? No, but this is a great first start. Amber, I don't know if she sent this to you, but she listed out every library in Pima County and what they did as far as celebrating Constitution Day and putting the books out on display. Some, again, libraries went farther than other libraries, but again, it's a good start. She also sent me blog posts that they put up, and the first blog post is How Did We Get a Constitution? And it's very well written. The next blog post is Learn About National Constitution Day, September 17th. The next one is Constitution Jeopardy for 500, please, Alex. And the last one is the Second Amendment. This one was done by the staff, the Second Amendment to the Constitution. And unfortunately, all three of the books were about repealing the Second Constitution, so I would have liked to see a little bit more balance there. But for her to go to this extreme of letting me know the thoroughness that she's done is remarkable. I will be doing this with all of the school districts as well. And I just want to end with John Jay, first Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court, talking about the Constitution as the law of the land, stated, "Every member of the state ought diligently to read and to study the Constitution of this country and teach the rising generations to be free. By knowing their rights, they will sooner perceive when they are violated and be better prepared to defend and assert them. The Constitution limits governmental
Thank you.
power."
Peter Norquist. And then Sarah Price and JP Salvatierra, and that is our last speaker.
All right, good morning, supervisors. My name is Peter Norquist. I would like to speak on the International Day of Peace, which was proclaimed earlier today, and some of the items mentioned in its description. A legitimate peace day would be powerful if it were a true grassroots effort, completely divorced from the power-hungry institution that is the United Nations. That is what ruins an otherwise great idea. What was not explained in the proclamation is that the United Nations uses doublespeak to deceive people into thinking it wants one thing while actually working toward a completely different agenda. Despite its thick propaganda, the UN isn't interested in human rights. It's concerned only with obedience. Actual human rights are an impediment to the UN. It says it desires disarmament at the national level, but it also desires the disarmament of private citizens around the world. Peace and democracy, the kind that UN-supported NATO has exported to countries like Iraq, Libya, and Yugoslavia, really mean mind-controlled unilateral support of the UN's agenda by any means necessary, peaceful or otherwise. The UN is only interested in educating our youth through propaganda. Knowledge and skills are only important insofar as they produce functional cogs in a global machine. Sustainable development has nothing to do with true sustainability, but everything about control. It is not about resources, it's about power structure. And fighting climate change means deflecting from the climate modification programs carried out by military contractors and intelligence agencies around the world and blaming it on us so that we're guilt-tripped into ceding even more of our sovereignty in the name of a mischaracterized crisis that we had no part in creating. If we want to work towards a genuine and lasting peace, we need to withdraw from the UN, and we can support that at the local and county level. Please attempt to see through their lies and
Thank you.
doublespeak.
Sarah
I
Price.
appreciate your time.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Price. And I'm a resident of Pima County, Quail Creek resident. I walked in here this morning and I had my little script. Yes, I think we need security here. Yes, it's important for all of us, for you and for us. We need to, I don't know why everyone doesn't have to go through the monitor because, you never know when one of you might, who knows, just like you're afraid of us by putting up these red things and not letting us get up close to say hi to people. And anyway, these are things, I'm pretty angry this morning, and I'm so glad and I appreciate you extending the call to the public. And what I have to say is walking in here and being slapped in the face by a proclamation on hate speech. Who says what hate speech is? Who says what it is? I mean, I've brought up my whole life not to say bad things about people. I mean, I try to do the right thing. I don't tear the tags off my pillows. I just try to do all the right things, and I would never, ever say anything really bad to anyone. I don't want to hurt people's feelings. And have these people come in and this proclamation, how are they going to, who's going to say what hate speech is? Who's going to say? And anyway, that's all I have. Thank you for letting me get that off my chest, because I was really...
JP Salvatierra.
Chairman Grijalva, board members, Administrator Lesher. I have a synopsis of Brown versus the Board of Education. On May 17, 1954, U.S. Supreme Court Justice Earl Warren delivered the unanimous ruling in the landmark civil rights case Brown versus Board of Education of Topeka, Kansas. State-sanctioned segregation of public schools was a violation of the 14th Amendment and was therefore unconstitutional. Who among you would deny the value of this timely decision? Its merit and implicitly directed unification of all levels of our democracy prevails. The value of equality and access to education is also crucial to our post-COVID recovery to allow next-gen millennials, senior retirees, and documented refugees the opportunity to meaningfully benefit and sustain our mutual prosperity under the Fourth Amendment. It's now being substantially undermined by the abuse in the form of charter school state debt service, over $1 trillion annually and growing exponentially. It reflects the increasing cost to Pima County tax property bills, yet as a line item, it's conspicuously absent from our tax statements. It funds over 600 schools statewide, many multi-million-dollar charter schools out of state. Its accreditation is not the equal of TUSD public schools, but through the guise of propriety from the U.S. or the U of A Board of Regents.
Thank you. If you wanted to submit your comments,
I have that to them.
Great.
Thank you for your
so
time.
much. I'm going to go ahead and close the call to the audience and ask that any supervisor wishes to respond to a criticism, ask staff to review a matter, or ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. You can do that now.
Sure,
Supervisor Scott and then Supervisor Christie.
Two things. First of all, I was absent from our last meeting attending a funeral. Had I been here, I would have done what I'm going to do right now, which is to publicly thank Elizabeth Mall for working with staff from my office in drafting the proclamation honoring Constitution Day. And I also appreciate, Elizabeth, your kind words for Amber Mathewson and the Library District. Secondly, I wanted to ask Administrator Lesher or somebody that she designates to follow up with our 4 presenters who talked to us about a grant opportunity that could benefit a census tract near River and La Cholla, which is probably right between my district and Supervisor Bronson's district, and would ask that you follow up with staff, not only with Suntran, but also with Grants Management and Innovation to see if that grant opportunity is something that we can avail ourselves of. And thank you for that presentation.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie.
Madam Chair, I don't have any response. I do have an indulgence. I would wish to prevail upon the board. It won't take much time, but we have some real heroes here from the Green Valley Fire District that have been waiting to address item number 24. Could we address that now? So, very good. Thank you.
I would like to say, I was going to also thank you all for coming. Thank you so much. I would like to respond to a speaker, I believe it Mr. Polo. I did not ask that individual to leave. I said, if you have another outburst, I would ask you to leave. And so that individual opted to leave because that was already the second outburst. And then I do want to respond because it was it's sort of, I want to just make sure to make it clear that this board has not asked that Sergeant at Arms be removed from our boardrooms, that is something that is in the purview of the Sheriff's Department and Sheriff Nanos, and we will ensure that we have ample security here. Okay, so our next meeting, it will be perhaps different, but we don't have any authority over whether they're placed here or not. That's not we don't have that authority. Okay, all right, so if we could, we have several people here that are here that we'd like to let them go on with their day. So if we'd indulge a change in the agenda to go to item 24, 15, 17, and 48 in that order, and then we do have a time certain item at 11. So is there any objection to that? Okay, we'll go ahead and do that then. And so we're going to jump to item 24. And thank you all, and if you'd like to thank you all for coming to call to the audience. You're welcome to stay. We have item 24 is the Green Valley Fire District pursuant to ARS 48-262A12 validation of petitions presented from the Green Valley Fire District for the proposed Sahuarita North block annexation.
I'll move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second. Motion by Supervisor Scott, a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? Christie, I apologize, Christie. I've done that twice today. I'm sorry. Christie and then Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. And then Supervisor Hines, if you want to just put a thumb up or mouth it, I'm looking to watch your vote. And then we have item number 15. Get to that. That is, and if we'd like, well, we'll do 15. 15 is the petition of relief of taxes. And staff is recommending no, so that we deny this request. What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
could we just is there someone from the assessor's office here?
Yes, Mr. Call?
Could we get just an explanation, because it says that the assessor's review indicated that had the affidavit been filed in a timely manner, the assessor would have denied the exemption, which leads me to question, since it was not filed in a timely manner, would the assessor approve the exception? So if you could give us a sketch of both of, is it just one we're doing?
It's just 15 right now, but just to be really clear then, this is from Southern Arizona Community Church has petitioned the Board of Supervisors for relief of taxes associated with interest and penalty tax for the year 2020. Mr. Call, thank you for being here.
Sure. If you could repeat your question, I wasn't.
In the background, it states, the assessor's review indicated that had the affidavit been filed in a timely manner, the assessor would have denied the exception for the following, which explains the thing. My question is, since it was filed not in a timely manner, would the assessor have approved the exception?
No,
So either way.
Correct.
Timely or not, you would not approve the
that's correct.
exception.
It had to do with the January 1st date.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board? Oh, I'll go ahead and move that the board deny the petition for relief of taxes. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion?
Yes, could we just have
Supervisor Scott.
more explanation from the representative from the assessor's office as to why this is the assessor's recommendation in terms of board action?
Sure. At that time, we were under a different administration, and our policy was anyone requesting exemption needed to have owned the property as of January 1st of the year they're claiming the exemption. And in the case of a nonprofit, they needed to be doing the nonprofit activity on January 1st. This particular one, I believe they purchased in April. So now you're talking about a real estate transaction where they generally deal with taxes, prorating buyer and seller. And so because they didn't own it on the first of the year, they would have been denied whether they filed timely or not. Subsequently, the new assessor has considered that process to align more with Maricopa County, which is why we added that information to where now we are prorating based on the quarter of the year. So someone purchasing after January 1st, but before March 1st, could still be considered for a full exemption for the year. And then it's divided up into quarters, so forth.
Sugar Hall.
Supervisor Scott.
And you mentioned that that's the practice in one of our sister counties. Is that the practice in the other 13 counties?
We haven't reached out to every single county based on how they do it. We generally kind of shoot things off the Department of Revenue or Maricopa County since they're the largest county in the state.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to deny. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, item passes unanimously. Thank you.
I know 16 was also exemption
It
related.
says treasurer, but if you want to, yeah, I'm happy to do it. So item 16 is the petition of relief of taxes from St. Germain Foundation. And this is also being recommended, our treasurer, I believe, is recommending no, denial. So I'll go ahead and move the item to deny the relief. So, and I have a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you. And then we have item 17, precinct line adjustments. This is the pursuant to ARS 16-411A. Staff and Election Integrity Commission requests the approval of the proposed precinct line adjustments and consolidation of 13 precincts. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And then we have our Clerk of the Superior Court, Mr. Harrison, is here for item number 48. So if we can move to that. That's a hearing for fee ordinance, and it's ordinance number 2023-15, Board of Supervisors adopting a schedule of fees for court services as provided to the public by the Pima County Clerk of the Superior Court, establishing a Pima County Clerk of Superior Court case flow management fund and authorizing expenditures therein. I'll go ahead and move the item. Oh, and close the public hearing unless anyone's here in opposition. Close the public hearing and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call. No? Yes? Do I need to? All in favor say aye.
wait,
Oh, sorry.
discussion.
Supervisor Christie, go ahead.
I do have some questions. Is there someone from that?
Yes, our Clerk of the Superior Court, Mr. Harrison, is here. And then we do have an item time certain, but I wanted to go ahead and take a quick 3-minute break before that item. And go ahead with your question, Supervisor Christie.
Yeah, it's very troubling at this particular juncture to want to raise fees. We're in a very difficult recessionary period, and we're looking at a very aggressive fee schedule raised to taxpayers. The couple of questions I have are cited in the background. In the recommendation part, it says the Pima County Clerk of the Superior Court is requesting this increase to meet the continued demands of the clerk's office while offsetting the cost from the taxpayer. And then it goes on to say that the clerk's office is requesting this new ordinance to meet the current and future demands placed on our department by external forces. This is revenue that will offset the needs from the general fund and target the users of the services provided. That last sentence, are we to assume that we're getting assurances that by raising these fees, this will offset the expenses and that your department will not have to come back to the Board of Supervisors asking for more money from the general fund?
Yes and no.
You want to go ahead and move to the mic? Thank you, sir.
Yes and no. The plan is to offset those fees and those funds by taking care of things that we should be able to do internally. I think that Jan Lesher has accommodated us quite well, but we have gone many years without being able to do some things that we should have been able to do internally because we didn't have the funds to do so. So these fees that are being placed upon the public is strictly for service. It's not going to go to all taxpayers. So in some cases, most cases, we'll not have to go back to her. But in some cases, we will, like compensation, things of that nature.
So just to be clear then, thank you so much for being here. Just to be clear, if the board votes for increases for staff, for like we just did for class and compensation, then it's assumed that our county administrator is going to adjust your budget to accommodate those increases. Is that what you're saying as far as coming back to us? I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm kind of. I would say so.
Okay. I mean, we do it with every other department.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again,
Supervisor Christie.
Madam Chair, just going back, the term that this will offset the expenses that from the general fund, that part seems very attractive because by raising these fees, that's going to offset the costs, which will not have to force you to come back and ask for future money. But now we're segregating the types of money you might come back for. And you're putting forth that there might be issues where you'll have to come back for compensation and things of a payroll nature or an expense nature. But even if by raising these fees, it's not going to do the entire job of offsetting the costs.
Well, Supervisor Christie, it should offset the expenditures that we expect occur from transitioning from paper to electronic e-filing, and that would include training, staffing, any upgrades to the work environment. So we do not see or anticipate having to come to the board to ask for any money for those situations. We are very dependent upon any administrative orders coming from the administrative office of the courts, any statute changes, any other legal changes that may happen in the future. So that we don't have any control over. But for the immediate future, we don't anticipate having to come before you to request any funds if we get this ordinance passed.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So just to be clear, we had a motion and a second to pass ordinance number 2023-15. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Hines, do you have a question or were you voting?
I did. I wanted to clarify one thing if possible.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you. Would this impose or increase fees for the filing of injunction against harassment or an order of protection?
Supervisor Hines, there are no fees for that service, so there would be no increase in fees for that.
Any other questions, Supervisor
Great, thank
Hines?
you.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Item passes 4-1. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so with that, we have an item time certain at 11. Can we take a 2 or 3 minute quick break? Okay, great, thank you. We'll be in recess for like 3 minutes. Thank you. We're going to go ahead, and if the board would indulge me, moving to addendum item 11. We have another guest that has been waiting patiently. I'm sorry I missed you. So item 11 is from the school superintendent's office. It's Pima County Community College District to provide intergovernmental agreement for adult education collaboration. This is general fund. The total contract amount is over for 5-year, 2.2 million. The first year is 250,000, and then up to 500,000 for each additional fiscal year for up to 4 years. So this is a 5-year agreement. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Madam Chair, I beg your pardon. What number are we on?
Addendum item number 11. Did you second, Supervisor Hines? Yes, okay. So I have a motion and a second. So we're on addendum item number 11. It is an agreement under the school superintendent. Okay, so I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Hines. Discussion?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I'm really very enthusiastically in support of this item. It's the continuation of some free adult education programs that have benefited Pima County residents for a long time. Also provides services to students in the county's CAPE school. And my understanding is that we're not only continuing programs that have benefited Pima County residents for a long time, but we're expanding them. And I not only appreciate the supporting materials attached to the item, but also the executive summary that was mailed to all of our offices by representatives from Pima Community College.
Thank you. Any other discussion? The demand is much higher, so this gives Pima Community College the ability to do more, the Pima County. Any other comments, questions? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you so much. And now, I apologize for the delay. We are moving on to the time certain item, item 11. Oh, no, I'm sorry, at 11. It is item number 11. Oh, I was right. Okay, Weston La Paloma's July 4th, 2023 fireworks display. This is the request, discussion, action, direction, and Supervisor Scott, you put this item on.
Chair Grijalva, thank you very much. And I want to...
I'll go ahead and if there's going to be action, do you want to make a motion for discussion?
There's, at this point, no action anticipated. At this point, no action anticipated. But I do want to acknowledge and recognize Chief Isselhard from Rural Metro and also 2 representatives from the Weston La Paloma, who I will ask that the board can hear from at some point. But if the board will direct its attention to the memorandum from Ms. Lesher dated September 12th, which is attached to this item, you will see, and thank you, Ms. Lesher, for all the work that your staff did in putting together that memorandum and all the history that you went into in putting the memorandum together. The attachment to the item shows the application for fireworks display that anybody who wants to do a fireworks display in Pima County has to put in with our clerk's office. And if you scroll down past the materials from the clerk, you see materials from the Pima Regional Bomb Squad, which is part of our Sheriff's Department. And the first document that you'll see is the fireworks inspection form that is required to be conducted on site by representatives of the bomb squad. And it's a pretty extensive checklist that they have to go through during that on-site inspection. And they have to turn in that inspection, Ms. Manriquez, to your office, correct?
Supervisor Scott, that is correct.
Thank you. But then go down a little bit further and you'll see our code, section 9.04, which governs all of these fireworks displays. And if you look at section 9.04.080, conduct of display, Part A says, no permit shall be granted for any display of fireworks where the discharge, failure to fire, faulty firing, or fallout of any fireworks or other objects would endanger persons, buildings, structures, forest, or brush. And on the 4th of July, there was definitely damage to the desert. So I feel that we issued a permit that resulted in something that we said is not supposed to happen. And so I asked not only representatives from rural Metro, because if you look at the code, the fire marshal of the fire department for the particular area can cancel a show if the conditions determine that it should be canceled, and they also do any kind of follow-up work when there is an actual fire. So at this point, I wanted to recognize Chief Isselhard. And Chief Isselhard, if you could come to the microphone and bring your colleagues with you who may be joining you in responding to any questions from the board. And then I'm also going to, after we hear from the folks from rural Metro, also hear from our friends from La Paloma. And I just wanted to know from your understanding, if you could recount for the board what occurred on July 4th. We had a number of neighbors who feel, not only did they point to the damage that was done to the desert, but a number of our constituents felt that their homes might have been at risk. Thankfully, that didn't happen. But if you could recount for the board from the perspective of rural Metro what happened that day and what lessons might be learned that we could use when dealing with future shows.
Good morning, Madam Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, and board members. Thank you for allowing us to be here to take part in this discussion. My name's Carl Isselhard, Fire Chief for rural Metro. This is Jay Carlick, the Assistant Chief of Operations for rural Metro, and this is William Treach, who is our Fire Marshal. So I think between the three of us, we should be able to answer any questions you may have, hopefully. So the night of July 4th, there were several fireworks shoots. I'll give a little context to this, and then I'm going to probably turn it over to our Fire Marshal to give a little better summary of maybe how some of the processes work. But the night of July 4th, La Paloma was one of several fireworks shoots going on in Pima County. We did have what's called a brush truck, which is a smaller pickup style fire truck that's much more maneuverable, can get into smaller places. It's not your typical great big fire truck. So we did have, as part of that fireworks shoot, a brush truck on site for the shoot, and it is there just for these types of cases, in case brush, the fallout from the shells, if anything starts a fire somewhere. It's kind of a quick response to get there and get the fire out. So we did have that on site. Around 8:45 in the evening, there was a fire reported up on, it's called it stated the hillside. I don't know how much of a hill that actually is, but there was some steep terrain there. Some of the challenges that we had getting there was that it was very rocky. It was somewhat steep, limited access, so even the small brush truck that we had there couldn't just drive up close to the fire and put it out. So we had a lot of access issues with that truck. Once they realized that, they called for additional trucks, so we ended up sending a couple of more traditional fire trucks, a battalion chief, and a tender truck, which carries a lot of water. So we sent a lot of resources to it, and again, most of the problems encountered with this were access. just trying to get to where the fire was. We couldn't get close enough. We didn't have hoses long enough, and you typically don't want to stretch a lot of hose line into a wildland area anyway. We typically go on foot and use shovels and things like that. But the access just wasn't there. It was a desert area. What was burning was a lot of what's called fine fuel. So that's more of like grasses. It's not, you didn't have big timbers and trees and heavy shrubbery. It was more of fine fuel, so grass, dry grass, which burns really quickly. There was some variable winds in the area, which will actually help push that fire, especially in fine fuels. So at times it was a fairly quick moving fire. At times it slowed down, just kind of depending on the terrain and the winds. Ultimately, the fireworks shoot took place at La Paloma. Between La Paloma and a residential area, there is some desert area there. That's where the fire was occurring, and it was headed towards the residential area. So much of our apparatus was staged over towards that, on that side of the residence for structural protection to keep the fire from reaching the residents. Ultimately, we got the fire out. It did burn mostly, like I said, grass. And then we did what's called a PIA, post-incident analysis. And it's an internal thing that we kind of do to say, what could we have done better? What were some of the situations that led to this? What could we do better in the future? What were some of the challenges that we had? And through that, I don't know, access is one of those things, you can't change the access of something, but, internally, some of our challenges that were described are just what I told you. Really the access, the length of hoses that we would have had to stretch. Luckily, we had a fire hydrant there, so we were able to use a lot of water and put it out. Anything else on the challenges?
Yeah, no, I think in addition to what Chief Islehard said, we also had several different spot fires. So it was difficult for that initial brush truck to get to extinguish all those spot fires, and I think that's what led to the increase in fire activity for that incident.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. And gentlemen, was there anything associated with the post-incident analysis that you shared with La Paloma, or was this more for your internal considerations?
Supervisor Scott, that's an internal kind of QA for us. All fire departments do it. It's how do we do this better if we can, and what were some of the challenges, and that's so that firefighters that weren't on that scene can read that and really know, hey, this other crew had those challenges, and these are some watch out things for us in the future. So it wasn't shared externally.
Got it. Okay.
Subsequent to the fire, we did have, we were reached out to by your office, Supervisor Scott. We also had a concerned citizen that I think was probably the same one that contacted your office. Chief Carlick and Chief Treach both went out and met with the citizen. They walked to the area, had a good discussion with him. And then subsequently, we've had some discussion, obviously with you about, what is this process and how do we end up here? So and I'm going to let our fire marshal kind of walk you through that process. I think that's pretty much in Administrator Lesher's memo, but I'll let him kind of walk you through what our process is or our involvement in that.
Good afternoon. As well as the permit application goes through your office here with the clerk and through the bomb squad, it also comes through my office as well. And I'm the one that sets up the standby event for that incident. I have a very good and close rapport with the fireworks company that traditionally does the shoots there, as well as the individual shooters. I contact them prior to each event. They know how to reach me in case there's any problems, concerns, or issues. This particular evening, I was aware there was some mild wind conditions, but it was still within it did not reach the ceiling, which is 25 miles an hour. So it was considered safe to go ahead with that event. However, during the event, near the end of it, we had a very errant wind gust that came up, which greatly contributed to that spread and to where the direction of the fallout material actually landed. So that was one of the big contributing factors there. Typically, in the past approximately 17 years that we've been allowing fireworks shoots at La Paloma, we've not had any prior incidents. They are limited to the shells that they can shoot from that location because of the proximity of the brush and to the homes there. Traditionally, they're only allowed to shoot 3-inch shells. However, they have been on occasion allowed to shoot 4-inch shells if they shift the shoot site over about another 50 to 100 yards to the east and actually shoot from the golf cart path that runs between one of the holes and the driving range itself. But otherwise, we've never had any incidents at this location prior to this. So it did push some of the fallout debris into that brush area, which contributed to the fire.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. And Chief Treach, my understanding is the show was conducted from a site that was approved by the permit.
That is correct.
Although it was different than the original site, it still fell within the parameters of the permit, correct?
Yes, it did. Okay. From my findings, yes. It was, there was a minor shift because spectators were allowed to be on the tee box at the resort for the event. So the fireworks shooter felt it was for public safety to move it just a slight shift to the north, just to make sure that the people that were there were a little bit further away.
And you said that you're part of the process that the bomb squad goes through. Is that while they're doing their inspection that's then turned into the clerk's office, or is that after the fact when the permit's already been approved?
Yeah, typically it gets submitted to the clerk's office first and then goes through the bomb squad, and then it'll wind up coming to me lastly. For my final approval on everything, getting the standby set up.
Would you or your colleagues see any necessity in the code being amended to have the fire district involved at an earlier stage, or are you comfortable with where your involvement is the way the code is currently constructed?
I think at this point in time, how it's currently constructed is still adequate.
And then my other question is, was there anything, I realize that, as Chief Isselhard said, that your post-analysis was more for internal purposes, but have you or anybody else with Rural Metro had any conversations with La Paloma staff as to what they might do differently in the future?
At this point in time, no. I've tried to reach out to them, but unfortunately my contact was on vacation and she's recently returned, so we have not had that opportunity to have that discussion yet.
But your work with them in the past has always been very collaborative, and this is the first time there's been any kind of situation.
That is correct.
Okay. And I wonder if we could ask the folks from La Paloma to come up as well. And if you could introduce yourselves for the board.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Daniel Mayfield. I'm the golf course superintendent at La Paloma.
Hi, Natasha Bassi, Director of Hospitality.
Thank you. And then I don't know if you went through any kind of internal analysis similar to what Rural Metro does, but anything after the show that came to mind for La Paloma in terms of how future shows might be conducted?
For us, we mostly just looked at the launch site to verify that it was at the correct spot on the range, at which it was, making sure spectators were at the correct position as well. We also examined the brush to see if there was any that needed to be replaced. Everything that was burned had new growth coming from it, and we did not see anything that looked like it needed to be replaced. As the chief said, almost everything was like the brome native grasses that were burned. So that was another just analysis that we made sure to cover as we were following up on this incident.
And thank you for making that last point, because my understanding from our development services department is that there is a process where you can be asked to bear the cost of restoration for damaged desert areas. Have you had any conversation with the development services department about that, or has anybody from that department reached out to you?
Not yet, but I have spoken to Kate a bunch to ask her if there's anything that we can do on that behalf, and made sure that Daniel looked at the area for you. So at any point in time, if they do need to reach out, we're willing and ready for them.
And Ms. Lesher, could I ask Ms. DeBonis to follow up, Mr. DeBonis to follow up with Ms. Hiller in my office to see if Ms. Blackwell and her staff can follow up with La Paloma? And then the only other question I had is, we have a significant number of fireworks permits for La Paloma on our agenda today. I think there's 4 of them. And we do get 5. Thank you, Chair Grijalva.
That's why they need the bomb squad.
We do get phone calls from neighbors of your property about the frequency of those shows. I know that as the clerk has shared with us, that you follow up with neighbors and let them know when shows are going to be occurring. Obviously, all of the fireworks shows come before the board, and really La Paloma stands out in terms of the number of permits that you request. Why so many?
I can speak from the country club side. We typically always do 4th of July, and for 17 years, we've been doing great. I know I have a wedding coming up this weekend that requested it, but the resort in general has been getting a lot busier, and the sales team just pushes that as an added bonus or a way to celebrate. The great fireworks company that we work with also does a lot of conferences at our resort, so they want to display their show at the same time. And I think because we're nestled so closely in a community of a HOA, it can be a little bit more obvious, the fireworks shows that we're putting off to other big resorts. But I will take any feedback that anybody has from the HOA members in regards to a better way that we can work as partners with them to make sure if we need to limit them, if we need to do anything better to be a community with them.
I appreciate that, because I think the feedback that we've been getting in our office is that they certainly appreciate it if your sales team was less vigorous in promoting that with people who want it. But it sounds like, from what I'm hearing from Rural Metro, that you feel that the code as it's currently written doesn't require any revisions, and that your partnership with not just La Paloma, but other fireworks petitioners and the Pima County Sheriff's Bomb Squad has been positive.
Madam Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, off the top of my head, I wouldn't suggest anything right now. I would ask that you allow me to bring this amongst my peers with the other fire chiefs in the area, because Rural Metro is not the only fire department, obviously, in Pima County. We have another one sitting right back here. So we actually have what's called Pima County Fire Chiefs Association. We meet once a month. Ironically, it's tomorrow. But these are the exact kinds of topics that we talk about collectively as a group, as the chiefs, to say, hey, this would benefit everybody, not just one department. Or if we see a need for a change, especially if it's legislative or anything like that, or ordinance, those are the exact kinds of topics we would talk about. So I would ask that you allow me to bring this forth with the other chiefs. I know some of the other departments over the last few years have had firework concerns, either at the state level, local level. So it's not a new topic, but it could certainly be reinvigorated and probably a good discussion had about that.
Well, I'm not going to take advantage of Supervisor Bronson and ask her if she knows the last time this code was examined, but I think we would all appreciate any input from the fire chiefs.
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. And was there anything else that you wanted to say, or that our friends from La Paloma wanted to say?
I just wanted to say thank you, Supervisor Scott, for taking the time to listen to us, and I will definitely work better in the neighborhood, because they're our partners, and let's be honest, they enjoy the show too. So.
And I think, thank you, and I think that both Ms. Hiller from my office and Ms. Manriquez from the clerk's office could get you contacts with the Homeowners Association.
Thank you. Supervisor Hines, did you have a question? Go ahead.
I did. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. I believe the the level at which a fireworks display is required to be canceled is 10 miles per hour in terms of the winds. I believe I heard somebody reference 25. Could we get a little clarification? Were the winds greater than 10 miles per hour at the time this fireworks display occurred?
Supervisor Hines, I'm unaware exactly what the miles per hour of the wind speeds were that night, but it was within a safe zone.
I think he's asking, is it over 10 miles an hour or over 25 miles an hour?
Before the event could be canceled?
Correct.
Yeah, that once it gets to 25 miles an hour. And that has occurred at this location on one or two occurrences.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hines, anything else?
I'm really confused because the attached materials reflect that the rule for the county seems to be any winds in excess of 10 miles per hour. So I'm just not quite sure why there's such a big difference.
It could be that I haven't seen the exact verbiage of what's written in the county code. It may differ from the state fire code as well. So that might be something that we might want to look at in the future.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor, was that all, Supervisor Hines?
Yeah, but I mean, this is kind of a big deal, right? We just had over 100 people die in Maui with wind plus fire. So I think that we have to really take a serious, hard look at this.
Thank you. Supervisor Scott.
I just want to thank Supervisor Hines for his point, and while he was making it, I looked at the Pima County Fireworks Inspection Form. That's the form that the bomb squad completes, and what he's referring to is one of those boxes that you check either yes or no, where it says fireworks display will be stopped during any storm or wind in which the wind reaches a velocity of more than 10 miles per hour. So what I would ask Chief Isselhard is when you meet with your colleagues, if you can show them not just the code, but also the fireworks inspection form that Supervisor Hines just quoted from, you might have some direction for not just the board, but for the bomb squad that would be very helpful.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Scott, absolutely.
All right.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? All right. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We actually we're a little overdue on a time certain to go into executive session. And so just to be clear, we're going in for addendum number 1, items 3, 4, 5, and 6, and addendum number 2, item 1. I'll go ahead and move that we go into executive session.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much for your patience. We're back in session. We were out for addendum item, executive session item. Hang on, I'm sorry. We have a lot of moving parts here. Okay. Executive session item 3. We're going to go ahead and vote to proceed as discussed. I'll go ahead and move that. Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Bronson. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you, Supervisor Hines. Item number 4 was information only. We do have a vote on this item, number 8. Do you want to take it out of order or just? Yeah. Okay, so item number 4 on the addendum was information only, and we can jump to item number 8 on the addendum, conflict of interest waiver regarding Deacon McDonald, Yetwin, and Lacey. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Bronson. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And then executive session number 5 was information only, but we do have a vote on addendum item number 9, conflict of interest waiver regarding Mesh, Clark, and Rothschild. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion, a second by Supervisor Bronson. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Oh,
Madam Chair.
oh no, I'm
Supervisor
sorry.
Hines voted
Supervisor Hines votes no, so 4-1. Thank you, Supervisor Hines. Thank you, Melissa. All right, and now we're on item number 6. That was legal advice, no action. And we are on addendum item number 2, executive session. That was legal advice. Okay, do you want to move to addendum item number 7 since those are connected, or do you want to continue with the agenda? What's the pleasure of the board?
Why don't we move to item 7?
Okay, so item number 7 on the addendum was connected to addendum number 2, executive item 1. It's a request for independent investigation by the Office of the Attorney General and/or Office of the Arizona Department of Public Safety with respect to Sheriff Nano's alleged failure to conduct a timely and thorough investigation into alleged sexual assault of a female deputy. This was an item brought forward by Supervisor Bronson. We had legal advice on this issue. How would you like to proceed, Supervisor Bronson?
Well, I actually would like to proceed with the investigation, or asking the AG and/or the Department of Public Safety to conduct a timely, to conduct an investigation. I mean, hearing from all our constituents, I guess the real issue is, or what they're concerned about, and part of this is optics, is how the sheriff's department conducted the IA investigation internally. And I have that concern, but certainly the sheriff has the authority to do to conduct his office as he sees appropriate. I do not agree with him on this. I think that sexual assault victims, it's challenging, but I'm not sure there'll be support on this board for doing that. But I would like to pursue it, and I do that in the form of a motion if I have a second.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Bronson and a second by Supervisor Christie. I would like to say that we do have both a civil case and a criminal case that are pending, and so for that reason, I would not vote in favor. But we did have executive session, so I'm tempering what I say
Madam
pretty
Chair.
carefully. Supervisor Christie.
To that point of Supervisor Bronson's motion, it states the Department of Public Safety or the Attorney General's office. I would like that not to be limited to those two entities. And maybe there already is a tactical force for this type of thing in place but it involves officer-involved shootings, but it would seem to me that the alleged situation with the deputies' allegations could warrant the Pima Regional Critical Incident Team or something like that, in addition to asking or requesting the Department of Public Safety or the Attorney General's Office for the investigation. It's essential, I think, that we make this request, see which entities or entity responds to it. I agree with Supervisor Bronson. The public is demanding this. The optics are terrible. They need to be clarified with some sort of explanation and transparency on the Sheriff's Department and the Sheriff's part. So I'm glad to second this, and I'm hoping my colleagues will join us.
So are you requesting modification of the original motion to add the other?
Well, yeah, I think and I would accept the modification. We not just limit it to AG and DPS.
Arizona Post?
Well, I don't know that well, we could. Yeah.
Okay, so it's pretty open at this point, it sounds like. So I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
We're all constrained as to what we can say from the dais because of what was discussed in executive session. But based on the legal advice that we received, I can't support the item. The employee in question who's been charged with the assault has been fired from the Sheriff's Department. There is a criminal investigation that is being conducted. There is also a civil case. The concerns that were raised with the board by an employee group was that the sheriff was not moving forward with an internal affairs investigation. He is quoted in the media as saying that he's waiting for the outcome of the criminal investigation to go forward with an internal affairs investigation. I respect the concerns of my colleagues from districts 3 and 4 in terms of what Supervisor Christie referred to as the optics. But based on what we heard during executive session, I think that we could have an impact on either the criminal or civil case, and so I can't support the item as it's written.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, I have a motion to second. Can I ask for a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Bronson.
Aye.
Supervisor Christie.
Yes.
Supervisor Hines.
Yes.
Supervisor Scott.
No.
Supervisor Grijalva.
No.
I'm sorry, Chair Grijalva.
That's okay. Item passes 3-2 with Supervisor Scott and I voting no.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
How do you foresee the process or the procedure for this request?
I think that we can ask Administrator Lesher to connect with legal counsel and get us all a memo so we understand what happens next. Okay, does that sound fair?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. We did have a request to go a little out of order and move to addendum item number 10 for the award of Enterprise Fleet Management to provide vehicle leasing to the Sheriff's Department. I'll go ahead and move that item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, item passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so we'll try to go back to the agenda.
13.
Oh, do you want to do? I'm sorry. Hold on a moment. The regional housing?
12.
Oh, okay, sure. So item number 12 is the Pima County Regional Affordable Housing Commission. It's the appointment of Ray Robles to replace Betty Villegas because she can no longer serve. She's now serving in our legislature. This is our District 5 appointee, so I'll go ahead and move this item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so have we addressed everything on the addendum 1 and 2? Okay, great. All right, now we're on. We're moving on. Okay. Yes, so now we're on item 8, riparian habitat mitigation. This is for the property located at 13571 West Manville Road. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. I do want to make a comment that the mitigation all happened on site, and so we appreciate that. Motion is second by Supervisor Scott. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously, 5-0. And then we're at the approval of the Board of Supervisors, sitting as the Board of Supervisors. Item 9 is approval of the consent calendar. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And then item 10, utilizing surplus fiscal year 23 general fund ending balance to support affordable housing in fiscal year 24. This is an item that, as the clerk indicated, was brought to this meeting because it was a 2-2 vote. It's an item that was brought forward by Supervisor Hines. Do you want to go ahead and make a motion to move the item for discussion?
Yeah, I will move the item.
Thank you. I'll second. Let's have a motion and a second to move forward with the discussion.
Thank you. Perfect. As we briefly discussed last time, we are currently in an affordable housing crisis. And this is something that's going on nationwide, statewide, of course, throughout Pima County. And at this point, over 26,000 households are struggling to pay for their housing and are spending well over 50% of their income every month to do so on their rent, obviously. And so, we have to, as a board, I believe, do everything we possibly can to help make sure that we have a sufficient number of housing units, and especially affordable housing units going forward. And whenever possible, whenever funds can be found to do this, then that's something we need to make available for gap funding. And this is also in response to a unanimous recommendation of previously from our Affordable Housing Commission that we established. So I would like to hear the thoughts of my colleagues, and I hope that we can move forward.
Thank you. Supervisor Hines, really quickly, I do want to clarify my mistake. On 10, you requested that this item be continued to this meeting in order for Supervisor Scott to have the opportunity to weigh in. And so this one we didn't vote on, we just moved it. It's the next one that was the issue.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and speak on this issue. I think that I agree that we need more affordable housing. This is requesting the appropriation of funds that were, and correct me if I'm wrong in any of this, that were previously budgeted. And these are surplus funds that were not utilized. And I would be in favor of, at the time that this was written, moving forward with 2.2 million additional funds from this pool being dedicated to affordable housing. And then we'd have our regional housing commission that has representatives from all of us, all of the supervisors. And also that was unanimously supported to move forward. So I was part of the discussion, or was able to listen firsthand to the discussion at the last meeting. I thought they had a really thoughtful discussion and explaining why. And then again, Pima County has not been in the affordable housing arena for several decades. And so I think that it's good for us to understand that this is a crisis that's an all hands on deck moment. This is not taking funds from any other funding source. This was monies that would have been expended. It's a surplus of I don't want to say it's surplus because we don't need it, but it was dedicated funding from last fiscal year that would now just move forward and carry forward. So with that, I'm happy to support it. Supervisor Hines, did you want to add anything else? Okay.
One thing, I just think it's worthy of note that we have received over 100 letters of support from the community, which is one of the highest numbers of, I think that's the most, maybe the second most input that my office has received for pretty much anything I've done since being a supervisor. So I think the community really does acknowledge the importance of this, and we need to acknowledge their interest in this and move forward with it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Supervisor Christie.
I'd like to offer a substitute motion.
Okay.
The current item on the agenda is to take 50% or half of the surplus and dedicate it, whatever that number shows up to be, for affordable housing. I am adamantly opposed to taxpayer subsidy public housing. It's a bad idea. It's failed across the country. It certainly is an issue of the markets, I believe, rather than any other aspect that comes into play here. I would vote against this on its own, but realizing that I know that there is support for it among the board members, I would be willing, and I'm going to use the term in the spirit of collaboration, to make a substitute motion that instead of the 50% going totally to affordable housing, that we split that 50%, 25% of it going to affordable housing, which I will support. In return, the balance, the other 25%, goes to the county's road repair project.
I definitely like that. I'll second it. I mean, we do have a responsibility. We need to fix our roads. Our statutory responsibility. And one of the other concerns I have with affordable housing is how we are currently defining affordable housing. I think that when the entry-level houses cost $400,000, our ordinary residents, many of them cannot afford entry-level homes anymore. And so I think there needs to be an ongoing discussion about what affordability means. And that's something that should be addressed by is it a commission or a committee on affordable housing?
Commission.
Commission.
I do have a question just to clarify. It's 50%, which at the time was 2.2 million, and you said 25% and 25%. But that only, it's 50% of the total surplus, which is about 2.2 million. So you're suggesting then 1.1 go to affordable housing and 1.1 go to roads?
Correct.
Is that I just want to make sure.
But we don't know what the final surplus is.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying to Supervisor Hines, I would be willing to attach a finite dollar just in order to not muddy this for very long.
I think, Madam Chair, I saw something in the background that actually, in his revision, Supervisor Hines brought up the number of 16 million available for this.
Yeah, I think it was.
Is that correct?
I'm seeing heads shaking no, but I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to County Administrator Lesher.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva, and that would be the clarification I'm looking for. And that I believe when Supervisor Hines was looking at this and writing this, at the end of period 4, at the end of period 4, the additional fund balance, if you will, the amount of fund balance in addition to that is budgeted by policy was 4.4 million. So if what I heard Chair Grijalva suggest is that you lock in what you're looking at the $4.4 million, and then taking half of that at 2.2 and splitting that at 1.1 and 1.1. That is the finite number. The other side of that coin is whether you want to wait until, I believe it's going to be November, Ms. Moulton is here, when we do the final wrap-up of the year, and then we will know what that number is, so it could be larger. So do you want to go with where we are right now and do the 4.4 and lock it, or wait until we see whether that number is, are you tying it to the fund balance or to the 4.4 where it is today?
Okay.
Would be my question.
I'll withdraw my motion based on the county administrator's explanation.
Okay. And so we're still at the first motion, which is 2.2 million, the original item. You're withdrawing your substitute motion, but I do have a question for our county administrator. How much money has been dedicated from our budget for roads?
Not enough.
It's the question, because we had 5 million for housing this fiscal year. We're asking for an additional, whatever the amount is. Let's say right now it stands at 2.2, and then we have the carry forward from the previous fiscal year. So the total would be about 9 million if we stay with this current math. But I'm just wondering how much has been dedicated to roads in the last 2 years So I'm trying to compare the dedication of funding to affordable housing versus the dedication to roads.
Deputy County Administrator DeBonis, between PAYGO and a variety of pots of money, I know that he will have the number. I do not.
Madam Chair, members of the board, so over $120 million over the last 2 years.
Thank you. And that is one of the reasons why, not to say that I don't think roads are important, but I feel like we had a unanimous support from the Regional Housing Commission made up of experts and our advocates on housing to move forward with dedicating these funds to housing, and I would like to see them move in that direction. So Supervisor Hines, we did have Supervisor Bronson and Christie withdraw their second in order to... Substitute, I'm sorry. In order to postpone this item until November, so we had a finite amount of dollars. And we haven't heard yet from Supervisor Scott. Did you want to add in something? Thank you.
I do, and I appreciate the item being continued so I could weigh in on it.
Oh, for you today.
Yes. No, thank you. Thank you. And I'm going to oppose it, and here's why. It's right in the item itself. It says in the first sentence, after you get through the first few words, to bolster the upcoming gap funding RFP for the construction and preservation of affordable housing in Pima County. Well, the RFP is going out soon. In fact, all of us had a chance to review the documents and offer feedback to Dr. Garcia and Ms. Darland if we had it to offer, and my staff definitely did. Let's wait to see what is needed before committing additional funds. We don't know yet what they're going to need. And once we do know, I'll co-sponsor additional funds if we need them. But the reality is we don't know. Let's wait until the RFP goes out and see what comes back. I think the RFP was very thoughtfully written. It was based on feedback that we got from stakeholders on how the first round went. And I think we're going to very likely have more applications that make it through the vetting process, which includes not just our staff, but a non-conflicted member of the Housing Commission, and I appreciate that. But I also want to say something to my colleagues that I've already said to Ms. Lesher, and I've asked her to pass it on to the Regional Affordable Housing Commission, which is I would like to see them focus on their essential tasks. They had 5 recommendations from the Affordable Housing Task Force consultant, the task force that was in place before the commission was formed. And those recommendations were codified into directives from the county administrator when she formed the Regional Affordable Housing Commission and, requested that we form it. And I really want to see them focus on working on those 5 recommendations, especially the third one, dealing with the dashboard, because I think the third one is going to help them to move forward with all of the other recommendations. So I appreciate the motivations behind both the Regional Affordable Housing Commission motion and the addendum item from my colleague, but I think we're putting the cart before the horse.
Can I ask quickly, and then I'll call on you, Supervisor Bronson. Dr. Garcia, can you tell me how many, the dollar amount of the proposals that were submitted versus what we had available? Just to sort of indicate the need.
Chair Grijalva, this will tax my memory a little bit, but we had over $10 million worth of proposals. I want to say $12 million worth of proposals during the first round of the RFP. 2 of them scored above the threshold for funding, and those were the ones that were brought before this board for approval.
And then this upcoming RFP has split up the projects. Can you speak a little bit about how the last RFP is different from this one?
Chair Grijalva, we learned a lot from the RFP process and from the feedback of our stakeholders, applicants, as well as from the feedback of a lot of the people around the commission. One of the things that we have modified for this upcoming RFP is we have, despite the fact that we've kept a single RFP, we have created distinct buckets for applicants so that people who are working on preservation proposals are compared to each other. Those that are working on multifamily housing are compared to each other, and new home ownership is compared to each other. What we hope to do, and this was based on the feedback from, I believe it was Supervisor Scott as well as yourself, what we hope to do was to level the playing field to compare apples with apples and oranges with oranges. We're very excited about launching this RFP, and we should have something on the streets here in the next month.
Thanks. Having in my previous life, having written grants for outside agency funds, what I appreciated is the evolution from running a youth and family program, not competing with those that are serving Meals on Wheels to our community members that are older. We shouldn't be competing, and so I thought that this made a lot of sense. So you don't have the renovations to the Curly auditorium competing with new housing or rental housing in different parts of town. And so this way, I think that it will be more equitable. And so I appreciate that. I understand your concern, Supervisor Scott, but the need far outweighs whether we dedicate all of this amount or none. Reading the room, we don't have a majority willing to move forward at this time. And so I don't know if we need a motion to bring it back in November after we have final numbers, because that's not a
I think
finite
that you
date.
can probably just do direction.
Yeah, if we can just do direction to have it come back as soon as we have finite numbers, and then we can have this discussion again then. Because what I don't want to do is, since we do have levels of support, that I don't want us to have a vote and it not pass, because we're sort of kind of in the middle of trying to figure out the final number. Supervisor Scott.
I appreciate what you're trying to do and am supportive of it, but my understanding from the timeline that I've seen that's been shared with the Regional Affordable Housing Commission and was shared with our office is that we won't have the RFP process finalized in November. That's likely closer to the start of the year. Is that correct, Dr. Garcia?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, we anticipate having a complete document that we will put out for RFP before the end of this calendar year. What we're hoping to do is to get this out and make awards closely after the beginning of the new calendar year.
That's what I meant.
Correct. Oh,
that's
yes,
what I
sorry,
meant. I
sir.
apologize. Yes. And so that's when I'd prefer to take this up again, is when we know if the amount that we budgeted is sufficient or if we need additional funds, is after we get recommendations as to which applications made it through the process.
So that would be when, Dr. Garcia, closer to February, March?
Chair Grijalva, I would prefer not to speculate, but it would be after the new calendar year.
In the first quarter of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the surplus will still be there, right?
Yes.
Conceivably. I'm just looking, making sure I get a nod or something. Like, if we don't allocate it, don't spend it until it comes back to the board. Don't go to, no, just don't allocate it anywhere else until it comes back. For that specific amount of money, since it's sort of, we still have language in here that says 50%. And so with that, we'll go ahead and tentatively continue it to March 2024, and then you'll let us know if we don't have enough. Yeah, you'll keep us posted. Supervisor Hines, did you have something you wanted to add?
I mean, the RFP is going out September 29th and will be due October 31st. So I don't know why we wouldn't bring this back, say, the second meeting in November.
Well, I'm happy to. How about if we just have it open-ended, that as soon as we have the applications in and they've been scored and you're coming for recommendations, that perhaps that's the time to bring it back. So as soon as possible, okay?
Fine.
I don't see any objection to that.
Sure.
Okay, great. Thank you. That was a good discussion, I thought.
Madam Chair, for
Oh, I
clarification.
know, for clarification, can I go ahead and withdraw my motion? Yes. And then you will, well, then it doesn't matter. I withdrew my motion. Okay.
And then this was direction to bring it, it's going to be brought back in November.
Well,
correct.
whenever we have applications that have been scored and assessed.
And it'll be direction, you are not going to do a motion on it. You're going to just do it as way of direction.
Direction.
Administrator Lesher.
When we have, bring it back when we have the RFP recommendations and conjunction with the final fund balance determination
Correct.
for the current year. Those two.
Right. And I think that it's important that they understand that there's not necessarily a cutoff based on the availability of the current funds, which are 7 million, over 7 million. Okay. All right. Okay. Hope that was clear as mud, everybody. All right. So we've addressed 11. Now we're at County Administrator, item 12, update on county initiatives to address homelessness and public safety. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva, excuse me, and Deputy County Administrator Holmes. Just going to give you a little update on the transition center.
Chair Grijalva, members of the board. Just as we had our grand opening, I want to thank everyone who attended and staff. We had over 200 people attend the grand opening over the course of the day as an open house. Much of the attendees were people who had a vested interest in the area. Particularly, we had TPD officers. We had our presiding judge from Superior Court attend. We had other social service agencies attend. I think there's great interest in our community to this project specifically to see what kind of impact we can make on reducing recidivism and actually increasing the number of people who are attending their court dates, right? That was the initial premise of the model and the design. As of now, we've seen, we had about 210 engagements since its opening. Out of those 210 engagements, roughly about 56% of folks have taken up services. And that's a range, and a lot of it is receiving services that are referrals to another agency. So we're doing some handoffs to other agencies or providing transportation. I know Supervisor Hines had mentioned about some of the transportation issues that we had discussed earlier. We're working through those with our risk management. I think we see a path forward to actually begin to allow some transportation from our staff in that space. So that's a real positive progression as we're finalizing kind of what that looks like. We are fully staffed. We have the 4 members of the transition center there along with the director. And the 2 members from staffing from the city of Tucson will begin by September 25th, which is next Monday. So we'll have 6 people, which will allow us to expand our hours. We're currently open till Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. through midnight. No, excuse me, 9 a.m., 8 a.m. to midnight. Monday through Friday, we'll expand into the weekends. Do know that those particular times of openings coincide with the high frequency. I know it may sound counter because we think about weekends being where people go through there, but you got to remember that we're working with primarily with people coming through the pre-booking module or pre-trial, and those are misdemeanor offenses. And so we're seeing a lot more of that happening throughout the week. We are continuing to work on partnership also with Tucson Police Department in hopes that we can actually look at ways in which some of their current cite and release folks are being taken to the transition center, so they're actually released to staff to begin to look at ways in which they can engage with services as well. I think the whole idea here is trying to expand the pool of people that we can serve and connect to folks in the community that are providing services for them. The next evolution of this work from those that are exiting the pretrial, pre-booking modular would be to expand into the initial appearances and really looking at folks being at the initial appearances, offering services, and beginning to create better and tighter partnerships with those service providers. I know with my colleague, Dr. Garcia has been very helpful with his staff and behavioral health staff to begin to shepherd a little bit of those relationships in the social service agency spaces, particularly in behavioral health, to begin to find ways in which they can better coordinate with the transition centers so that we know that mental health services and substance abuse services are one of the high needs as we look at this population of folks. And so we're tightly gathering some data for you all that will actually give us some proof of concept in this space, particularly in number of people who are taking up services, but at the end game, we are looking to, again, reduce recidivism. That's a little bit of a broader data pool that we're going to kind of keep an eye on as we track those individuals as they work their way through the system and, more importantly, work through the providing agencies they're supporting them. A couple anecdotes I'll share with you as I wrap this up is there's a couple one individual in particular who was about to get in a bus and try to escape what's happening, got connected with our folks, got them transportation to a detox and residential center outside of the area. That person called and was very thankful. I mean, it's these small little stories. One gentleman who left, unsheltered man who was recovering from a severe illness from pretrial services, left his belongings at a Waffle House. We coordinated some services. He came back after we coordinated getting his retrieving his belongings, and actually had him got him service to get to court that next day, which wouldn't have happened had he wasn't connected to the folks there. Basically said, I've never been treated so nice after being released from jail. Right? I mean, so it's these small anecdotes that may seem like may not have an impact, but we're going from people being released and not going to anywhere, those that are kind of on the pretrial misdemeanor cases, to now being connected with folks. I do want to remind the board that we do have services for people who are in custody. So those continue to occur. That is something as a service provided through our behavioral health, and they are having connections. But we're talking about people who are rotating through and not really staying in a long-term facility that we're making connections with, and we'll continue to work and provide those types of services. But that was just a brief update for you all. I know it's later, but I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you so much for the update. The work is really impressive, and those numbers are, they do have a huge impact. And the fact that they're there and reaching out to people who wouldn't have the opportunity to access services, I think is really important. And while I wasn't able to go to the grand opening, I did go to the soft opening a couple weeks before, but I was glad to see Supervisor Scott attended, and I think other staff members were there too. Thank you. Okay. Item number 13, revised American Rescue Plan, ARPA, Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund budget. Staff is recommending approval. I'll go ahead and move the item. Second. I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott.
Madam Chair.
I'm just in just a moment. Supervisor Christie, did you want to address anything here, or did anyone on the team on this item? Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva, we did have just a quick overview and explain what we've got before you today.
If we can do that, and then we'll go to questions.
Thank you.
Sure. We'll go to the first slide, please. Just want to, Chair Grijalva, members of the board, just remind kind of a little bit of the timeline, which I think is super important. Our Board of Supervisors approved the initial ARPA fund spending roughly just a little under 2 years ago. This was on December 21st of 2021. So out of that over $200 million, right, that was approval for those particular projects at that time. We revisited those about a year later as deputy county administrators. Each of us have good oversight of some of those projects that are part of the plan, which are in our purview or oversight that we collectively looked at and began to take a more deeper review on where the spend down was happening and if there were any needed changes in projects to prioritize other potential needs within the county. That really took place starting in January of this year, but really more aggressively between June and August to begin to come to the governing board, because we have some tight timelines in terms of how we begin to spend this money. So that was what brings us today to bring some changes to those projects for your approval. Next slide, please. So what you see before you in the spreadsheet and in the memo are two things. One is the modification of existing projects. So these are modifications that were done by departments within their current budgets to prioritize other needs, For example, in CWD, they requested to move $388,000 from the Keno Service Center project, which is being funded by another funding source to really complete a data system improvement project. So I'm just kind of highlighting some of these. With ITD specifically, there were some cost savings with some of the projects and requested to move it to some of the broadband infrastructure, which includes what we're doing out in the Ajo corridor area, specifically with some of the redundancy that we need around the recorders area, the sheriff's department, and the health services. As you recall, there had been some concerns about broadband getting cut there, so this builds a whole new infrastructure out there for broadband. So these are just kind of some highlights of how existing projects were modified by the departments within the funding source. So that's what you see before you today. And then you see modified project budgets to include other priority areas. If you can go to the next slide. So as we looked at what other priority areas, we've looked at 6 particular new projects for your consideration today. One is public health service enhancements, specifically in that area to expand vector surveillance and mobile health vehicle. We also looked at the Justice Service Transition Center. This is the presentation I just gave to fund $1 million toward the modular and the staffing needs in the transition center. And then a small dollar amount for strangulation exams for victims of sexual assault. Next slide. Followed by $2 million devoted to improving county parks. That was a new priority that was established through our NRPR department. We have the purchase of the congregate shelter, the Drexel facility. Knowing what we've been dealing with the asylum seeker space, it makes best sense to move forward and purchase that property versus the current lease agreement that we're going through, given the funding that's available. And that is specific for half of that. The governor's office has agreed to pay for the other half. That's what is represented in the dollar amount that's on the spreadsheet. And then lastly, in partnership with TMC Emergency Room, and more specifically with their data enhancement, working to actually fund that particular project moving forward. Those are the big ticket items that are, well, not big ticket, but major shifts that are new, that are before you today. Next slide, please. And equally important are these timelines, because this has implications of why we're before you today and why we may have to come back to you sometime in the spring of next year. All ARPA dollars must be encumbered by 12/31 of 24. And by encumbered, we mean there cannot be any more changes to projects. That's why if we're seeing any vulnerabilities in projects prior to this date, we will need to come back before the Board of Supervisors to make any 11th hour changes to make sure we encumbered those funds. And that's if we see vulnerabilities in the spend down, right? That's why we're going to continue to keep an eye on as deputy county administrators and working with our county administrator to make recommendations if we see that some of these projects aren't going to be unable to be complete, so that we can re-encumber to another area prior to that date. Again, once the 12/31/24 deadline, we cannot make any changes to projects in the ARPA funds. The other important date that's interrelated, the last day for funding of staff for grants is 6/30 of 25. And let me tie these two together. The reason we talk about encumbrances, the only way we can encumber in funds is when our Board of Supervisors approves the budget for the year, particularly when it refers to salaries. Right, so if we're once we go through the budget process for purposes of the 24-25 financial fiscal year, those salaries are included in that budget. And after the 25, after 6/30/25, any funds that are associated with staffing, their internal staff, can no longer be supported. So again, we're working with our departments to make sure they're aware of those deadlines, that anyone that's paid out of these grant funds can no longer be supported through those funds after 6/30/25, the important date. And then finally, all funds must be completely spent down by 12/31 of 26. That is a way out, right, in terms of there are some projects that take longer, particularly if they're construction projects, but those are the big key dates that I want to put before you all today as we're making decisions on not only today's decision and recommendation, but equally important as we potentially come back to you next year prior to the encumbrance final date.
Thank you. I have a question about the slides. And so you said that you're going to be monitoring it, and if you have to adjust, you'll do that. So it's dedicating 6.3 million monies to support those community health and medical care enhancements, and there's a dollar amount attached to all of, it just says attached to all of them anyway. But do you have to come back to the board with any adjustments, or we're saying this is the total amount and it's for these projects, and if you have to move funding in between these two projects, that's what we're authorizing? I just want to make sure that we're clear that you're not going to have to come back because you have to move, $300 from one line item to another. No one wants to do that.
No, Chair Grijalva, no, these are big ticket items. I think the expectation that was set, according to our recollection, is that anything above $500,000 will come back to the governing board, any major shifts. These represent those major changes. Outside of this, the strangulation exam is for $44,500, but it's a completely new project. So any completely new project, along with any changes within that exceed that budget amount, we believe needs to come back to the governing board. For the our Board of Supervisors for final approval.
Thank you. Supervisor Christie.
Madam Chair, there's 7 items on the memorandum from the county administrator. I would request that we take each one individually and allow for a vote on each one individually. This is kind of like the bonds of 2015. You have a big platter full of projects. Some are great, some stink, but you got to take the whole thing. And I would like the opportunity to be able to support certain elements and to obviously not support the ones that I can't. So would that be acceptable to the board?
Well, I just don't know if there's an interest in moving with the whole. While I appreciate that we'd like to have as much of a majority on the board on these projects that we can. Is there any other discussion?
Chair Grijalva.
Request, Supervisor Scott.
As a courtesy to Supervisor Christie, I will support that. I think if there are projects in the county administrator's memo that he wants to support, and projects that he wants to oppose, I am perfectly comfortable with that. I do have some comments that I want to make, but I can wait until we go through whatever motions he wants to make.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, is this in a form of a substitute motion?
If that's what it takes, it is.
So
we
had a motion and a second for the whole. So if you want to do a substitute to request, I'm fine with.
Chair Grijalva, I don't think we did a motion yet. I thought we just went to the presentation.
I think we just did the presentation, but maybe
I had a motion. It was by Chair Grijalva, seconded by Supervisor Scott to approve.
Oh, well, that shows what I know.
Me too. So we can just. You don't have to do substitute motion. I'm fine if you're fine with making, going through each individual item. Supervisor Hines, did you have something you wanted to add? Oh, okay. Anything else? All right. So if we're going to the memorandum dated September 12th, is that the one you're looking at?
Correct, and beginning on page 4.
Wait. So there's adoption of revenue replacement standard deduction. We did that. So you're talking about the new ARPA project proposals?
Correct. Then there's 7 of them that follow there.
All right. So the enhancement to available medical services for victim of sexual assault strangulation exams, $4,500.
Correct. So would you put that in the form of a motion?
I'll go ahead and move approval of that item.
I'll second.
Okay. Supervisor Christie seconds. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now we're on public health service enhancements, $1.2 million. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion? Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay. Item passes 3-2 with Supervisors Bronson and Christie voting no. Justice Services Transition Center, $1 million. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion, a second by Supervisor Scott.
Discussion?
Supervisor Christie.
Question on this, Madam Chair. Do we know what the City of Tucson investment is in this project as well?
Administrator Lesher? Or Deputy County
Chair,
Administrator?
yes, Deputy County Administrator Holmes.
Yep, Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, the investment from the city of Tucson currently is 2 staff members. So you're looking roughly about probably $120,000 including benefits.
2 staff members. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? Have a motion, a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Pima County's Natural Resources, Parks and Recreation Built Environment Infrastructure, $2 million. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Supervisor Christie, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you. What are the parks? Do we have a list of the parks here?
Yeah, we do, excuse me.
It says eight eligible county parks. What
This augment lighting for 8.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that.
Deputy County Administrator DeBonis does have that list for you, and I will comment. We have received some questions from other members of the board, including what are the parks, where are the projects, et cetera. So that is in development, and you'll have that later this afternoon. But Mr. DeBonis may have it with him this morning as well.
So, Madam
Or
Chair,
this afternoon.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, give you a quick rundown. So there are 3 parks that have playground equipment replacements. That's Picture Rocks Park, Sunset Point Park, Ebony Marie Moody Park. There are 2 parks that have swimming pool upgrades. That's filters, pumps, electrical upgrade. That's Manzanita Park and then E.S. Bud Walker Park. And then there are 2 parks that have LED light, or excuse me, new LED lighting installations, Brandy Fenton Park and Rito Regional Park.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I just want to follow up on a point that Ms. Lesher made, which is that I sent her an extensive list of questions yesterday, and I'm sure she and everybody else is glad that I sent them instead of asked them today. But I did ask that the responses to the questions be shared with all my colleagues.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, so all in favor, and we have a motion, a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now we're on Congregate Shelter Facility, 4.1 million. I'll go ahead and move this item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion?
Madam Chair.
Question? Supervisor Christie.
The allocation proposal for the Drexel Congregate site is 4.1 million. Wasn't the purchase price initially 5-point-something million?
Administrator Lesher.
Yeah, Supervisor Christie, it was in addition to 5. We'd subsequently gone out for an appraisal, and it's 6.2. 6.2. We have been in conversations with the state, and they have indicated through the Department of Emergency Management and the governor's office a willingness to split that cost with us. So when we had initially looked at this, we thought the cost might be up to, past 7 million. We are now looking at 6.2, which means it would be 3.1 from us, so we could reallocate a piece of that money potentially if we're able to settle on the deal. And the other part of that funding, the 3.1, would be coming from the state. It's one of the reasons we're recommending moving forward with a purchase. The building is for sale. Our concern is that it be sold out from under us now that it has been operating in a facility for some time. B, it's about $50,000 a month in rent payments. And C, we have an opportunity to receive half the money from the state in order to pay for this. When all of this is said and done and we're able to sell the facility, then all of those proceeds would inure back to the benefit of the county.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott.
I had 2 questions. First of all, if in the second paragraph of the memo dealing with the Congregate Shelter Facility, the last sentence says, this site has been pivotal for the provision of humanitarian aid shelter services and will continue to be vital for the county for other future sheltering needs. Could you or Mr. Holmes expand on those last 4 words, other future sheltering needs?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Scott, I think what we have looked at is that once this facility, if we get out of, there are no longer legal asylum seekers coming through the community, we have had very broad discussions with not only our partners looking at at shelter for homeless, what other kinds of programs might be placed in there? Can it be expanded and built out in a way to accommodate, other individuals coming through any of our community workforce programs? Or if we find we do not need it for those purposes, again, it could be repurposed by being sold. What did I miss? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And my second question is to ask you to please keep us updated on the governor and her staff following through on the preliminary commitments that they have made to purchase, to cover half the purchase price. Because I think all of us know that in Arizona, counties are subdivisions of the state. And there is no county that has done anything remotely close to what we've been doing for the last 4 years to deal with the influx of asylum seekers into our region and into our state. And there are benefits to the work that Pima County has been doing, not only to our neighboring counties, the rural counties, but also to the state. And so it's extraordinarily appropriate for this governor to acknowledge and support the work that we're doing, and I certainly hope that those preliminary commitments that have been made by her staff are followed up on. There's also a national benefit as well, because it's our health department that's doing the testing of asylum seekers when they come into our community. And although they're typically only in our community for 2 or 3 days, if they test positive for some kind of communicable disease, they're kept here longer, and then they're not going out into the rest of the United States, wherever their sponsors are, and spreading whatever communicable disease they tested positive for because of the testing that our health department is doing. I also really want to take the opportunity while we're talking about this to thank not only our staff, especially in the health department, Office of Emergency Management, our partners with Catholic Community Services, but I also want to thank our partners with the City of Tucson, because my understanding in conversations with Ms. Lesher and her team is that we've avoided street releases of asylum seekers in the last few days, and if street releases have been common in other southwestern cities, we've avoided them not only because of the great work that's being done out at Drexel, but also because of the network of shelter spaces that our partners with the city make available when it looks like Casa Litas is being overwhelmed. So I'm delighted that we're moving forward with this. I frankly think the state should pay for the whole thing, but I'm glad that they're at least willing to pay for half, because it's at long last time for the state to recognize everything that Pima County has been doing since April of 2019.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and this is for Congregate Shelter Facility, 4.1 million. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 3-2 with Supervisors Bronson and Christie voting no.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
on the next item, could we divide the divide?
I don't know that we have the appropriate dollar amounts to each individual one. It's all together under, so it's TMC Emergency Opioid Response and Electronic Health Record 6.3. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So we don't have it.
No, 6.3 million for the.
For TMC Emergency Room Enhancements.
And the electronic.
And the Pima County Health Department Infrastructure Medical Record.
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, we do have Julia Strange here from Tucson Medical Center, if you'd like, if there's any questions about why those dollars are identified that way.
I'd just like to know, out of that 6.1?
6.3.
How much is going to the emergency room enhancement and how much is going to the medical records?
And Julia can correct me, I'm sorry, Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, my record, it's $6 million for the emergency room and $300,000 for the electronic medical records. Is that
correct?
Spit and distance?
Okay. All right, so we have a dollar amount.
Mm-hmm.
So of the 6.3 million, 6 million would be TMC emergency room enhancements. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? Supervisor Hines.
Yes, though I am not legally required to, I will recuse myself from voting on this item.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
What is the motion?
The motion is to approve the expenditure for the
No,
$6 million for the TMC room enhancements. We haven't done the infrastructure question yet.
Is that right?
Okay,
Madam Chair, I understand Supervisor Hines is recusing himself, but does he need to leave the hearing room?
no, he can just recuse, no, he just abstains. That's fine, he hasn't discussed.
I always left the room whenever I recused myself.
Well, he's online. I mean, we've already had the discussion. We're just voting at this point. There you go. You're welcome. I don't know that that's necessary, though.
Supervisor Bronson?
Yes.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes. Okay, item passes for 0, 1 abstention. Okay, thank you. And now we're on infrastructure, electronic medical record. This would be $300,000. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Supervisor Hines, you can come back. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, item passes 3-1. Unless, and you, Supervisor Hines, you vote in favor of that as well? The enhancement of the medical,
Recused himself.
of this too?
That's also part with TMC.
What's community hub? Okay, fine.
Oh.
I think it's us, I agree that, I don't think you, we're done. You can come back. Okay, item passes 3-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no and then 1 abstention.
Chair Grijalva,
Supervisor Scott.
I'm going to, because what we just did was we moved through the new items that were noted in the county administrator's memo. I'm now going to move to approve the revised budgets for the other items that weren't part of those.
That's exactly what I was going to do. Yay. Okay, so you moved it, I seconded.
Yes.
Any other discussion?
Is that, Madam Chair, is that the others in the?
Correct. The list,
Yeah.
we're not going to, I would prefer not to go through. Basically, it's adjustments to each individual budget. So we have a motion and a second.
And Chair.
Supervisor
Chair,
Scott.
Thank you, I'm sorry. And just to clarify, these were the items that we passed when we first passed this budget in December of 2021. And now we're revising these budgets, correct? All right.
And I do have one question on one item.
Supervisor Christie.
On that list, it states leased properties reopening assistance. What does that mean? And that's for $3 million.
Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much. Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, that is the leased properties that are part of attraction and tourism, Old Tucson, Rito, the golf course, the fairgrounds, et cetera. Mr. DeBonis is...
I got the idea.
You got the idea? Okay.
Anything else? All right. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously for all the adjustments. Okay. Thank you. All right. Now we're on item 14, proposed additional new classifications, job titles, and salary grades. Did you want to address this one, Administrator Lesher?
Chair Grijalva, when this came before the board at the last meeting, there was a group of classifications and titles that the board approved. There were also a list that we thought had been distributed to the board. It was discussed by the board, comments such as the dispatchers, the 311 dispatchers, some of the job titles for members of the board. And while the board discussed those items and approved them, for purposes of clarity, we just wanted to bring it back and make sure that people saw, if it had not been distributed in time, now the board has it, and we're asking for approval again.
Okay, so we approved these verbally, but we didn't have the physical attachment that we discussed.
Absolutely clear.
And so we initially approved 25, is that correct?
Correct.
Classifications, and this is an additional 12. But we discussed them.
Which
Okay.
at the meeting we referred to
And this
as the
passed
amended list.
unanimously
It
last
did.
meeting.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Okay, Now we're on items. We've addressed 15 and 16. We've addressed 17.
18.
We addressed, oh, now we're on 18. Okay. Thank you. 18 is the Pima County Recorder Voter Registration Rolls Fund from House Bill 2862, General Appropriations. I'll move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
if we look at the background under the list maintenance overview presented by the county recorder, I have several questions. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 areas that she says she's going to be centering on to maintaining the voter registration roll. First of all, it seems to me that these should be part and parcel of the job anyway. This doesn't seem to be anything new or different from what the recorder's responsibilities always have been. So I guess my first question is this her to-do list or?
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, I think that there are a variety of tasks, as you see delineated, that are significant requirements related to keeping up the voter rolls. What the state did was allocate funds to provide additional financial assistance to the counties to do that task. So if you say, is it the to-do list, the recorder's office is tasked with the maintenance of those rolls, recognizing the depth of the issue. The state provided additional funds. This item before you is to provide the budget authority so that we could receive those dollars to assist with the funding of the cleanup of the rolls.
And Madam Chair, that leads to my second question. What's the breakdown of the $950,000 per each heading of these quote-unquote to-do list items?
Administrator Lesher, I don't believe we have it. It's just $950,000. So we agree to accept it or not.
So it could be spent on any amount on any one of these when we wouldn't have any idea.
Okay. Other than the list that she's already provided, I mean, it's additional funds approved by the House Bill 2862. We're going to accept it or not.
Yeah, it is. I think, and Chair Grijalva, I think that the specifics are delineated in the House bill of how the money can be spent. So the governance of the spending and the expenditures is provided by state law now.
Okay.
Okay. We have a motion and a second.
One more question, please.
Go ahead.
And I know I asked this last time, and I can't recall the answer if I even got one. And if I did get one, I don't recall being very clear on it. Are we moving the maintenance of the voter rolls in-house now? Or do we still have the subcontractor who was a former employee that's working in his home?
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, I will clarify, let me get final clarity. It is my understanding that the consultant was working on projects that were not related to the voter registration list, that related to part of the other recorder's function. And looking that, I believe that to be true. I'm happy to check that and get back to you on that. But that was not part of the individual's jobs were not related to this, the cleanup and the maintenance of those voter registration lists.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. All right. We're on 19. Can we take 19 through 23?
I'd like to, Madam Chair, if we could take 22 and 23, and I could discuss them together.
Okay, so we do 19, 20, and 21. They're revisions to Board of Supervisors policy. I'll go ahead. Do I have to list out the specific number? Okay. No. I'll go ahead and move 19, 20, and 21.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Bronson. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Now we're on 22 and 23. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Christie. Questions?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
In the background on both of these items, it stipulates conditions about approving operating transfers up to a certain dollar amount. And it stipulates in both of them that, for instance, the operating transfers may be approved up to $50,000 by the Director of Finance and Risk. And this is the one that I want to focus on. Operating transfers greater than $50,000 and up to $500,000 may be approved by the county administrator or designee. And it says the same thing in 23, or designee. With that amount of money, I believe the buck stops here, and it should be stopped at the county administrator's level, and that no designee should have the authority to make such a motion. So I am making a motion that the dollar amount, which is an awful lot of money to begin with, remain. However, that the or designee section in both of these items be removed.
Well, even the 50,000?
No, just the
Up to 50.
no, the dollar amount is fine.
Dollar amounts are fine.
But and all it just says is may be approved by the county administrator. Period. No
designee.
No designee.
How would that impact your day-to-day Administrator Lesher?
Chair Grijalva, as a general rule, they come to me anyway. I think I'm looking at our finance director. I think everyone has come to me. So we'll, I think that's a absolutely acceptable amendment.
So the bucks can stop there.
So I'll go ahead and accept your friendly amendment. We have a motion and a second, not designee, just county administrator.
Right.
Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. We've addressed item 24. Item 25 is community bridges to provide inmate navigation, enrollment support, and treatment program. I'll go ahead and move the item. Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item 26, this is out of the... Go ahead.
Never mind.
Okay. Out of the county attorney's office to provide legal service and analysis for insurance coverage and litigation. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Bronson. Discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you. And now we have, can I take 27, 28, 29, 30? I'm waiting for someone to stop me.
Stop at 30.
Okay.
But don't go beyond 30.
Okay. Don't go beyond?
Go beyond 30.
Okay. 27, 28, 29, 31, 32, 33. Are we done?
34, stop.
Okay, we're just going to go 29. We're going to go from 27, 28, 29, 31, 32, 33. Okay? All right. So I'll go ahead and move all of those items. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Oh, I need a second.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Supervisor Scott seconds. I'm on a roll. Okay, all in favor say opposed? Okay, items passed unanimously. Now we're on item 30. Correct? This is, the kitchen is closed, so this is a contract for Trinity Services Group to provide temporary inmate food services. I'll move the item.
Second.
A motion is second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion?
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
I'm confused on this whole element here. The kitchen is closed at the county jail, and apparently it's going to be closed potentially for a year, maybe even longer. So according to the background, incarcerated inmates are part of the vulnerable public population, and they will benefit from having one nutritious hot meal a day during the construction project. The general public benefits by knowing that the incarcerated individuals are being cared for in a safe and humane manner by providing a nutritious hot meal by a third-party vendor while the kitchen is closed for construction at a reasonable cost for service. I'm confused at a number of different levels. First of all, it says only one meal a day. What about, is that the maximum?
I think it's a hot meal. So the
One
others
hot
might be
meal
like
a day.
a sandwich?
So there's
Right.
2 meals a day, 3 meals a day?
3 meals a day, but the hot meal is the one that's being provided
So the hot meal is the issue.
from this vendor. Mhm.
And isn't there any kind of a contingency line in the sheriff's budget to have covered this, knowing that there's a construction item thing going on?
Administrator Lesher, is this already part of the sheriff's budget? And
But it's coming from the
and
general
it's just the
fund.
contract?
Yeah,
Well, but all of the sheriff's budget comes from the general fund.
Comes from the general fund. Yeah. Thank you, Chair Kitty. It is, we just are looking for the authority to enter into this master agreement and this contract.
It's just a vendor.
And since the contract, the kitchen is closed, and there was obviously expenses and money involved in operating the kitchen when it was open, what happened to those monies?
Chair Kitty, Supervisor Christie, I'm sure they are still present and could be used in part to pay for this, but we do not have a contract with this company, and that's what we're looking to you to approve. While the general fund is paying for all of the sheriff's budget, when you look at it, the department is the sheriff's department. There may be monies moved from those that have not been expended, moved around to cover this. We just need the contract to be able to provide the hot meals.
So this is, just to clarify then, this is not increasing the sheriff's budget.
No.
It's just allowing the allocation of their budget, current budget already approved, to enter into this master agreement for the almost $9 million. Okay, any other questions? All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now we're on item 34, Jot Red Roof Properties. This is the utilization of humanitarian relief fund. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion?
Madam Chair, I'll be voting no on this.
Okay.
We're up to $16 million for the Red Roof Properties, and it's administrating humanitarian relief fund. It's still at $1.04 per night, which seems outrageous, but even more than that is the $16 million we've already spent on this. I will be voting no.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 3-2 with Supervisors Bronson and Christie voting no. And now, item 35, I only want to say this because I'm very excited about it. It's the West Valencia Road Improvement. Yay! So, I know we could have just done it all together, but I think it's really important that we acknowledge, because every time a development is going up, we always talk about the impact to traffic. So this is going to be very appreciated. At the time of construction, we'll probably hear a lot of critiques, but at the end of the day, it'll be great. So item 35, I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. So item 36 is to provide the town of Ajo a fuel island. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion and a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Can we do 37 through 40?
Yes.
Yes, okay. 37 through 40, I just want to say sealants for, it's amazing. I'm really glad to see that grant. Okay, item 37, 38, 39, and 40. I'll go ahead and move those items.
Second.
Have a second by Supervisor Bronson. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. I believe we addressed, we didn't address the permit. I thought we were going to address the hearing for fireworks permits. Do we want to take items 41 through 47? Do you want to split them up?
These are hearings. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address us on items 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, or 47? If not, I move to close public hearing and approve those items.
I'll second. I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Items passed unanimously.
We're done.
Meeting is adjourned. Yay.
Wow.
1:50.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe so. We did.
Okay.